let me see. We should be live. I think we are. Hey guys, what's going on? James here. We are live, I think. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like we are live. So what's going on, guys? We're here with the 2025 NFL Draft. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing good. I myself am doing good as well. For me, I suppose nobody has said if they are doing good yet or not, but I'm doing good. You know, we got another day here in the world of the NFL. As you guys can see, I'm all prepared. I've got a list of potential draft options up in the top right. In the bottom right, I'm going to have a draft tracker as well. Nolan's doing good. Coach K is doing good. We got Barnaby's doing good as well. Happy to see that, guys. Happy to see that. Should be an excellent stream. I'm going to be live for the entire first round of the NFL Draft. The entire first round. So strap in. It's going to be a good long go here. All of round one tomorrow. All of day two as well. Day three, I'm going to be starting at noon. So, I think I'm only going to do like round 4 and round 5, I think, or maybe only round 4. I don't know yet. We're going to have to wait and see. Somebody asked me, what's up, Bucky? Who do I want us to draft? I'm a big Jihad Campbell guy. I'm a big Jihad Campbell guy. I'd be bummed if he was there and the Bucs didn't take him. I will say that. Actually, I'm going to ask a poll question. What position do you want the Bucs to draft at 19? If they draft at 19 at all, because they could always trade down. So let's see. So linebacker is going to be one of our options. Cornerback is going to be one of our options. Edge rusher is going to be one of our options, and none. Trade back is going to be the final option in there. So, let's go ahead and dive right into it. What's going on, Bentley? I've been good. Hope you've been good as well. Real quick, let me get something to drink, and I will be back in just a second. I'll still be able to, you guys can still hear me. I can still be present here in the room. Michael, thank you for the $2 super chat saying y'all are sleeping on Walter Nolan. I like Walter Nolan. Very solid defensive lineman. I just don't necessarily know if he's going to be there for the Buccaneers pick. But Michael, thank you for that $2 super chat. Guys, if y'all are hyped for the NFL Draft, hit the like button. We've only got 11 likes in here. Can we get those likes up? I see we got 44 people in here. Let's get those likes up, man. Let's get those likes up. I would love to see that. We were going to draft Newton last year. Jazir Newton? If we're talking about Jazir Newton, I think the Bucs have the chance to draft him, and then, or no, he was picked before the Bucs pick, I believe. Safety is another option in there as well. That could be a thing. 53 people in here, by the way. Thank you guys so much for that. Jihad Campbell. Jacory wants Jihad Campbell. Guys, let me know a prospect that you want to be available at pick 19. I know Michael's very big on Walter Nolan. Obviously, Jacory's very big on Jihad Campbell. What about everybody else? I have to say this. Hold on. Shout out Chris and Krista. Ohio State is making a run at breaking the all-time record of numbers of players getting drafted. There you go. What is the record? I'm curious about that. Most players drafted by a college in 1 year. Georgia holds the record. Actually, in the 2022 NFL Draft, they had 15 players taken in the 2022 NFL Draft. So Ohio State's going to look to break that record. Why is 5 technique not considered a need? Well, I would not go as far as to say that it is not a need. Okay, I wouldn't go that far. But I would say that there are other needs that are more pressing. The 3 needs that I proposed, I believe, are more pressing needs. Okay? That's my thought and opinion on it. So, whenever we're looking at a 5-technique defensive lineman, for a 3-4, that's going to be like your left end. You do have Logan Hall. You do have Kalijah Cansey. Both those guys actually were very good last year in terms of run defense or especially pass rushing ability. Whereas you saw the problems with linebacker last year. You saw the problems with cornerback last year. The injuries, all these different types of things piling up. So that's it. It's not that it's not considered a need, because I do believe the Buccaneers could use depth at that position. But I am going to go ahead and say that there are more pressing needs. That's my thoughts and opinions. Good question, though. But let's go ahead and see Jihad Campbell, Malachi Starks. Let's see. Ezeraku. There you go. Donovan Ezeraku. Mike Green is somebody that people want. Worried about Campbell with his injury. Honestly, I'm not too worried about it. I understand. Now, that isn't to say I don't understand why people are worried about it. I do understand why people are worried about it. However, I will say that I think he'll be able to come back healthy and be able to make some noise. That is Jihad Campbell. James Pierce Jr. is interesting. I'm honest. I'm going to be 100% honest with you guys. I've been all over the map with JPJ. Upon doing my own research, honestly, the maturity concerns aren't really a problem for me. I would be happy to see JPJ in a Bucs uniform. Donovan Ezeraku, I think, would be very cool as well. In fact, I think that's probably going to end up being the pick. Probably. We're going to have to wait and see, of course. Oh, man. But it's going to be good, man. The draft starts in 19 minutes. Where do you guys think Shedeur Sanders is going to go, right? I'm curious about that. So it looks like it's a very much back and forth vote right now between linebacker and edge rusher as the top 2 needs for the Bucs here. So there you go with that. Guys, real quick, I am going to... hold on one moment. Is my... Yeah, okay. My HDMI is already on there. So, guys, I have a question. Do I watch the draft on ESPN or do I watch it on the NFL Network? What is quicker, in your guys' opinion, for getting the picks out? Because, dude, I hate... If there's one thing I hate about the draft, it is the pomp and circumstance and the just time kill of all of the fricking things around the draft. Also, such a big pet peeve of mine, guys, such a big pet peeve of mine is when they show the freaking player on the phone, and it's like, oh, gee, I wonder who he's talking to. And then the commissioner goes up and says that player's name. Stop spoiling us. I want it to be a surprise. I do. Stop doing that, okay? That's such a big pet peeve of mine. I cannot stand it. It makes me not even want to look at the TV. It doesn't. So, there you go. There's me on my soapbox for a minute. Ramsey, thank you for the $5 Super Chat. If you guys do want to support the channel, by the way, as well, Super Chats are a great way to do that. Go ahead and hit the heart button on this one. He says, with the 19th pick of the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buccaneers select MrBucsNation, Superstar, YouTube State. Well, there you go. I wish. I'd be making a lot more money than I do now. I'll say that. I'll make you guys proud, chat. I'll make you proud. So real quick, Mike Green as a Raku made a big note for 3 rounds with people we could or should draft. Yeah, I mean, you guys see I have the draft options over here. Can never have too much pass rush. I don't see us going edge in the first unless we get Mike Green. Okay. Sanders is the bust. He should go to the Saints. Maybe he goes to the Saints. We'll see. I personally think he's going to go to either the Steelers or the Giants, which, Do the Bucs trade back with the Steelers or the Giants? Interesting question there. NFL Network says Bentley. Let's see. Yeah, Dart may very well. Remember whenever Dart was getting so much love, man? So much love. Not that long ago. Is interesting. So let's see. I'd be a good kicker. Well, thank you, Nolan. I appreciate that. My top 7 options according to Jacory Jesus. Number 1 is Jihad Campbell. I agree with you there. Number 2, Mike Green. I do like Mike Green. He'd probably be my number 2 option as well. Number 3, Malachi Starks. I'm going to disagree. Number 4, James Pierce Jr. Okay, I don't hate it. Number 5, Donovan Ezeraku. I'd probably put him up at number 3. Number 6, Nick Scorton. And then number 7, Nick Emenwari. There you go. I can play cornerback, James. You know, Bentley, fun fact. When I was a young James, I did used to play cornerback. I was terrible. I was absolutely terrible. Not fun. Not fun for me. I played cornerback and slot wide receiver. Now, this was a long time ago. It was of no football significance, but it is still interesting. Giants going to take Jackson Dart if they take a quarterback. Well, maybe they trade up for Jackson Dart. You never know. You never know. What do I think about if the Bucs draft Quinn Ewers in the later rounds? I wouldn't be opposed to it. I certainly wouldn't be opposed to it. The Bucs better not draft Sanders. They will not be drafting Shedeur Sanders. It'll be crazy if the Bucs draft. Yeah, go Gators, by the way. Florida Gators, national champions of basketball. I watched that final game. Meh. College basketball is weird, man. A lot of those guys are not going to make it to the NBA, which I suppose you expect just because it's less players, but man, those guys could not shoot in that game. It was weird. I'd be really happy with Ezeraku or Mike Green. I'd love Mike Green. Yeah, I think he'd be great. Or if we dropped down and picked cornerback Azare Thomas staying home. There you go. Really good receiver and quarterback when I'm at recess and at home. There you go, Bucky. Sweet. Likelihood of the Bucs to trade back into round 1? Very unlikely, Benjamin. To trade up to get back in round 1? Very unlikely. No, the Bucs will not be drafting Shedeur Sanders. By the way, guys, 97 people in here. If you guys are ready for the NFL draft, man, hit that like button. Hit that like button. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it. Hold on, I'm going to make a quick phone call. I'm going to make a quick phone call to a colleague of mine. You guys are going to hear it. Let's see here. Just a moment. We'll see what he says. Evan? Evan?
Hello?
Hello? Hey, you're live right now on the podcast. I have a question. Okay. Well, firstly, should I watch it on ESPN or NFL Network?
I've always been an ESPN guy.
Okay, well, ESPN it is. Second question. What are the Bucs doing to pick 19? Apparently, you're Jason Light, by the way. Benjamin said James is calling Light. I am. That's you.
Yeah, I think a guy like you said in past videos, a guy like Donovan Ezeraku makes sense. Think he, even they said 19. I think in a perfect world, I think they'd like to move back. But again, you have to find a trade partner to do that. So if they can't, I think Donovan Ezeraku makes sense. Maxwell Hairston as well from Kentucky's another name.
You don't got to say that. You don't got to say that name.
His name's risen a lot, so I have to wait and see on that. But
Not to me. Or you.
Yeah, well, yeah, unfortunately, I'm not Jason Light. So, but Ezeraku makes sense. Malachi Starks, maybe from Georgia, and obviously Jihad Campbell as well. So, those names I would say, as well as the potential, trade back to acquire some more picks.
All right, I'm gonna go watch it on ESPN. The chat says hello, Evan.
Hello. See you guys tomorrow.
Indeed, that's right. Evan's gonna be. Are you joining me the entire stream tomorrow?
I'll be here.
Fantastic. All right. Enjoy round 1.
See ya.
Bye-bye. All right, well, you heard it. ESPN, Donovan Ezeraku, not Maxwell Hairston. You heard it here first, guys. Let's go to ESPN, see what we got going on. By the way, shout out, if they are watching, I don't know if they are watching, but shout out Chris and Krista. Because Ohio State is looking to break the record for most players drafted by a single college. Fun fact. The record currently held by Georgia with 15. So we'll see if Ohio State can break that record. What's up, Mike? Yeah, I've been good. What's up, Shane? Hope you're doing good. If you guys are ready for some draft, by the way, please hit the like button. Can I show the draft? No, because copyright is a terrible thing. And what would happen is if I showed the draft, the NFL would take down my live stream and I would get blocked from live streaming for the next 3 months. So I will not be doing that. Drafting a quarterback would be hilarious. Not to me. Oh my gosh, not to me. What's up, Bat? Good to see you. Bat doesn't like my mock drafts. To be fair, I do suck at mock drafts. Who do I like better, Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron? For fit with the Bucs, probably Will Johnson. For versatility, Jahdae Barron. So, I'd probably take Will Johnson over Jahdae Barron, in my opinion. I like a physical outside perimeter cornerback. Number 7, 80 peeps. Yeah, 90 people in here, guys. Hit that like button if you guys are enjoying. We got 42. Could we get it up to 75 before the start of the draft? We got 10 minutes, guys. 10 minutes. Kenneth Grant would be a wild pick. And that would actually fall in line with what my friend Mr. Michael Davis was talking about earlier, where you want to get a 5-technique defensive tackle. You want a big guy that can line up on the left side of your defensive line. It'd be pretty good. It'd be pretty freaking good, man. That'd be a fun pick. But 5 technique is either your left end or your right end. They're lining up. It's basically an outside defensive end. So that would be that'd be interesting. Specifically, it's a defensive end that's at the right tackle, tight end, whichever side the tight end's on is where you're going to be putting your 5 technique. So you get a big guy like Kenneth Grant there, he's going to stop up some of the run. He's certainly going to help out. Jackson Sawyer, he would be a good fit, but the Bucs don't draft Ohio State players. Who is my pick that I want the most at pick 19? Good question, Jerome. What do you guys think? Let me know your thoughts. My number 1 guy I want is Jihad Campbell. I love Jihad Campbell. I think he's awesome. I think he is awesome. Almost 100 people in here, guys. I'm at over 100. Guys, hit the like button. Again, we're trying to get to 75 likes before the start of the draft. If you guys are new, subscribe as well and hit the like button if you guys are enjoying. It'd be greatly appreciated, man. Bentley, I do not know ball. I'm going to be 100% real with you. 100% real with you. I did look up what 5 technique is, but I'm learning. And that's the most important thing is I'm learning, which is good. Jihad Campbell is incredible. Plus learning from Levante, he'll be elite. What about Stutzman from Oklahoma? Is he on? He's not on my list. He would maybe be a guy that you would probably consider later, if I had to guess. Over 100 people, by the way, guys. Thank you so much for that. Greatly appreciated. The draft starts in just about 8 minutes here, guys. Just about 8 minutes. So hit the like button if you guys are new. Trying to get to 75 likes before the start of round 1. Who are my top 10? Let's go ahead and break that down. Okay? I mean, I could do a list above me. That'd be kind of fun, right? Do you guys want to see, like, I'll do a list above me. It's going to be James's top 10. Well, no. I won't do the list. I mean, I'm not going to do it above me, but let me take a look at Let me take a look at the Pro Football Focus draft board just to refresh myself here. I'm also going to be taking a look at it as well, just while we're running around. All right. So, who are my top 10 for the Bucs at pick 19? Who I feel like are some realistic options. Okay, realistic options. Let me grab a little notepad here, just so we've got it on hand. Do I have like a sticky notes? I do have a sticky notes app. Ah, I knew it. Do the list and see how many you get right. Oh, well, I'm not gonna I guess I could do the top 10 for... Well, I did a first-round mock. I did a first-round mock already. All right, what's James's top 10 for pick 19? All right. Number 1, got to be Jihad Campbell. I love Jihad Campbell. I think he's great. All right, he's my number 1 guy I want the Bucs to select. Number 2, I'm gonna go Donovan Izuraku. Okay. Now, old James would have said, well, why don't they take a look at, why don't they take a look at Mr. Hold on, let me see if I can find him. Jalen Walker. It doesn't seem like Jalen Walker is going to be available. Actually, I'm going to change my answer. Donovan Izuraku is going down to number 3. Number 2, if for some miracle he's there, Mike Green would be fun. Number 4, let's take a look at some of our options here. I do like... Man, I love... We're not going to consider Ted McMillan an actual option. We're just not. He could be there, but I mean, I don't consider him a very, very legitimate option. Number 4, I guess I'll go Will Johnson for the moment. Could change. We'll see. Number 5 for the top options I want for the Bucs at pick 19. I'm going to go with... Let me go with Malachi Starks. Well, no, I'm not going to go with Malachi. I'm not going to go with Malachi. I'll go with Walter Nolan. Shout out to my guy. Shout out to my guy, Walter Nolan. Shout out to, hold on one second. Shout out to Mykel. Golden, McMillan, stay away from Campbell and Starks. Nah, I love Jihad Campbell, man. 133 people in here, by the way. 68 like guys. We're trying to get to 75 likes before the start of the draft, folks. We are almost there. We're 6 likes away. So number 6, Walter Nolan. Let me go ahead and get him in there. Number 6. Number 6. Let me get Jahdae Barron. I think that's a solid guy there. Number 7. They're in the draft room right now. Let me get James Pierce Jr. I like James Pierce Jr. I know some people don't. And that's fine. I think we're going to pick Derek Brooks. I would certainly hope so. Number 8. I suppose you can give me Malachi Starks here at number 8. All right. Which I like, Malachi Starks is a fine player. I think he could be very, very good. Number 9, I'm going to go with, let's see here, Kenneth Grant. Why not? Get a big D lineman, certainly a possibility. And then finally, number 10, I'm going to go with, let me go really up the board here. I'm going to go with Nick Scorton. I think Nick Scorton could be an interesting name. Now, I am going to throw a wrinkle into here real quick. I'm going to throw a wrinkle into here. So again, my top 10 of who I would want the Buccaneers to select. Number 1, it's Jihad Campbell, linebacker. Number 2, Mike Green. Number 3, Donovan Izuraku. Number 4, Will Johnson. Number 5, Walter Nolan. Number 6, Jahdae Barron. Number 7, James Pierce Jr. Number 8, Malachi Starks. Number 9, Kenneth Grant. Number 10, Nick Scorton. Now, I will say this. By the way, thank you guys for hitting that like goal before the start of the draft. If, let's say, my top 6 guys aren't there, none of them are there. If Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Izuraku, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, and Jahdae Barron aren't there, trade down. That'd be my opinion. Trade down. That's something I would be. And you know what, man? Nah. Nick Scorton at number 10. Meh. I'm going Ted McMillan. I love Ted McMillan. I think he's an absolute beast. I saw somebody mock him to the Bucs recently. I think it was Daniel Jeremiah. Dude, I like Ted McMillan. I'm going to put him at number 10. Screw you guys. I'm sorry. Love you guys. But it's my list. And if I want Ted McMillan there, I'm going to get Ted McMillan there. And that's who I'm going with. So Ted McMillan, baby. In fact... No, he's got to be at number 10. We need defense. I can't get too hype. I can't get too hype into the defense. I'm going to get lost in the sauce. Golly. Xavier Watts? Man, oh man. Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame, safety. I don't think he's going to be an option there. I do not believe so. Am I dropping frames at all? Yeah, I am dropping some frames. Hopefully it will stabilize, guys. But you got my top 10. I'm a big fan of that. I like it, man. I like it. I'm curious. I wonder if I can I window capture my sticky notes? It's a good question. I wonder if I can. That's crazy. Nope. No can do. That's fine. Whatever. All right. So again, my top 10, as per my sticky notes, I got number 1, Jihad Campbell. I love the dude. I think he's an absolute beast. Number 2, Mike Green. Solid player. I think that he's very good. He'd be a great edge rusher for the Bucs. He really would be. Number 4, Donovan Ezeraku. Number 3, Donovan Ezeraku. Number 4, Will Johnson. Number 5, Walter Nolan. Number 6, Jahdae Barron. Number 7, James Pierce Jr. Number 8, Malachi Starks. Number 9, Kenneth Grant. Number 10, Ted McMillan. The draft has officially started, guys. We did hit our like goal. We are at 90 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. We got over 100 people in here watching the draft with me. Lightning are not playing good. I saw that first game. Unfun is what I would describe that as. Yeah, T-Mac does look like him, like Mike Evans. What's up, Nick? Go Bucs. Let's get a future pick this year, baby. No, okay, so I will say, again, if my top 6 guys aren't on the board, trade down. So if Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, or Jahdae Barron are not there, I'd be happy. I'd be so happy with the trade down. What's up, Evan? What is up, Evan? What's up, Bentley? Make sure you like and subscribe. Yeah. Like if you guys are enjoying. Subscribe if you guys are new. 154 likes, by the way. So you guys want edge rusher over linebacker or cornerback. Interesting. Again, the draft will be starting here in just a moment. We got ESPN up. I'm not going to be paying too much attention because, again, I hate it when they spoil the picks. Also, chat, no spoiling of picks either until I mention it. I just want to preface that. I would appreciate that if we could all come together as a community and not spoil stuff. It'd be a good time. All right. Man, oh man, guys. Let's rock and roll. It should be a very fun draft. We'll see how quickly my top 10 just devolves. That's right, Evan. Evan said, hey guys, what's going on? Commissioner is riding a bike. I gotta say. Watching NFL Network, there you go. Hold on one moment. Let's see. Are we good? Should be good now. I think we're okay. James, what are you putting on the line if we don't take anyone in my top 10? Good question. That's a very, very, very good question. I don't know. I'll put some thought into that. 24 hours in a Waffle House? No shot. No shot. The NFL draft is like riding a bike. You never forget. Well, there you go. There's James Jones up there. Lil Wayne's up there. That's kind of cool. I'm doing good. I'm doing well. Okay. I'm going to pause let's see. It says I have good connection. Can everybody see me and hear me? It says I'm connected well on here. Should be good to go. Let me know, guys. Let me know. I'm going to reload the page here on my end. Says we're good. Okay. Yeah, it says we're good, so I don't necessarily know. But it's good now? Okay. What will I do? They don't pick anybody in my top 10. Tell you what I'll do. Whichever player is drafted that isn't in my top 10, I will give away some type of merchandise from that player. Maybe it's a jersey, something like that, whenever he gets a number and everything. You guys will have to hold me to that. That's what I'll do. Maybe. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. That'd be a fun idea. Donovan Zaraku's Mike Green is who I'd like for the first pick to solidify the edge. I agree. There's Clay Matthews was on our screen there for just a moment. So again, my top 10 is Jihad Campbell. It's Mike Green. It is Donovan Ezaraku. It's Will Johnson. It's Walter Nolan. It's Jahdae Barron. It is James Pierce Jr. It's Malachi Starks. It's Kenneth Grant. And it is Ted McMillan. Watch them take Matthew Golden. It's my two top choices as well. I'll figure out something to do, Evan. Good question, though. Good question. All right, guys. So again, 174 votes in here, guys. We're almost to 100 likes. If you guys haven't liked the live stream yet, hit that like button. We are very close to 100 likes here before the official start of the NFL draft. You guys are going to have the ESPN tracker here over the right, so we won't have to worry about who is where. Tennessee Titans are on the clock. My guess is going to be Cam Ward is going to be the pick if I had to guess. What do you guys think? Who's going to go number one? Let me know your thoughts and opinions. If I had to choose a receiver, who would be? Ted McMillan. I think he's a beast. Burton or Amos in the second round? Maybe. The tight end or running back is going to slide. I don't think Ashton Genty is going to slide. I do not think Ashton Genty is going to slide. I think Tyler Warren and Colston Loveland could actually go pretty early. All right, the Tennessee Titans are officially on the clock, guys. They are officially on the clock. There you go. Again, no spoilers in the chat. Otherwise, I just won't read the chat, if that makes sense. So let's not spoil things here, guys. Please. I do respectfully ask. So the Titans are on the clock. They've got 9.5 minutes left on the clock now. Of course, Cleveland is up second. The New York Giants are up third. Now, there is some intrigue maybe going on there with Cleveland and the Giants. Do they take a quarterback? Do they not take a quarterback? These are some of the questions that are there. I think Travis Hunter might go with the Titans. Maybe I'm wrong. There you go, Felix. Hey, I like people throwing out guesses. I love it, man. So again, 181 votes in our poll. What position do you want the Bucs to draft at 19? 31% said edge rusher. 1%. I love the divide, by the way. 31% in the vote said edge rusher. 30% said linebacker, guys. A 1% difference. I love that. Also, I can't hear the draft coverage on my TV, so I kind of prefer it that way. So that way I don't have to see any, or I don't hear any spoilers. 27% said cornerback. So guys, edge rusher 31%. Linebacker, 30%. Cornerback, 27%. There's a 4% difference between the third option and the first option. It goes to show how big each of these three needs are for the Bucs. Okay? And 12% say none, trade back, far and away the lowest option here. So, real quick, actually, I have a plan. I'm going to get a hat. I'm going to get a hat so I don't have to see Cam Ward. So I don't have to see the spoilers, is what I'm trying to say here, guys. I'm going to get a hat so I don't got to see the spoilers. Because I don't want to see spoilers, guys. I don't want to do it. I don't have a hat. How do I not have a hat? I don't have a hat. This is disappointing. This is very disappointing. This is unfortunate. 7.5 minutes left here, though. Hope your team has a good draft. Thank you, El Gronk. I appreciate that. Would you like White to move up? No, I would not. All right. So, yeah, 7.5 minutes left here. We'll see. 100 people watching, by the way. Thank you guys so much for that. It's greatly appreciated. 103 likes here on the live stream. Actually, I should put on a Bucs shirt. I should put on a Bucs shirt and get a Bucs hat out, guys. I really dropping the ball here in terms of all my Buccaneers swagger, so to speak. Let's see if I can rustle up a Bucs shirt. That's not a Bucs shirt. Let's see. I got to show support, guys. I got to show support. All right. Let's see. Tennessee still taking their time with the pick. 6.5 minutes left here on the board. Or on the clock, I should say. You know what I'm going to do? I'm gonna wear my MrBucsNation shirt. That's what I'm going to do. Wear my MrBucsNation Buccaneers shirt and go from there. 6.5 minutes on the board again. Tennessee Titans are on the clock. All right. I do have a hat. So, you guys get Cowboy James for a little bit so I don't see anything. Oh, man. All right. 6 minutes left on the board, by the way. 6 minutes left on the board. This is a real cowboy hat, by the way. I actually paid a lot of money for this cowboy hat. I love it. It's fantastic. 5.5 minutes left on the board. Wearing the Bucky Irving jersey. There you go. Mine is in the closet. Watch out for the nip slip. There you go, JT. Tell me who the Patriots pick is, please and thanks, says my lovely girlfriend. She is a Patriots fan. Maya! Where the heck have you been? I haven't seen you for like a minute. Come on now. 5 minutes left on the board, by the way. Oh, I need to adjust my cowboy hat. There we go. Looks good. What do we got? Titans are on the phone. Don't you start, Felix. I don't want to know anything. That's why I've got the cowboy hat on, so I don't see anything. You been working? Well, come on. You got to be working on that YouTube channel. The Titans pick is in, by the way. You got to be working on that YouTube channel. Remember? Oh, I remember. Hold on. Let's see. When was the last video you posted? 3 years ago. You streamed 2 years ago. That's not bad. You're welcome. You got to get on the uploading here. My knowledge of the draft is almost zero. That's okay, Malcolm. That is okay. But man, oh man. All right. You're welcome, Maya. Anytime. I hope college is going well. James, proving not all Cowboys like Dallas. That's right. Hey. That's right. All right. Titans pick is in. Cloud wants Campbell. I do not blame him. Who do the Titans go with? We'll see. Now I'm only gonna be glancing up whenever it's come on, man, you know the league controls the clock, says Robert. Well, it's fine. Oh man. All right. The pick is in. Let's see what happens here. What are the Titans going to do at number 1, folks? What are the Titans going to do at number 1? Our man, the commissioner, Roger Goodell. Big Raj is what I used to call him back in the day. Yep. What's up, Tyree? Hope you're doing well. It has been a while since our playoff game. This is true. I certainly hope the Bucs get Campbell. I certainly hope so. All right. The Tennessee Titans pick is in. What are they going to do? The Tennessee Titans select. There you go, Cam Ward, quarterback out of Miami. There you go. No big surprises there. Cam Ward is a Tennessee Titan. Now, I wonder what the Titans do with Will Levis. Do they trade Will Levis? Do they keep him? I do not know. I do not know. Over 100 people in here, by the way. 110 likes, guys. Thank you so much for that. You're welcome, Cloud. I'm happy you've been a part of the channel since October. It's greatly appreciated. If the Bucs get Campbell, how long will it be to be out? So he may be ready for training camp. He may be ready for training camp. We'd have to wait and see. But honestly, like I don't mind. The Bucs had some issues with Kalijah Cansey at the start of his career, coming back from injuries, and he's very good. So if you think the guy is going to be good when he's healthy, I don't think you have to worry about it too much, in my opinion. First pick as expected, Cam Ward. Jacksonville's on the clock now, by the way. Jacksonville's traded up. Apologies. Sorry. What? Cleveland traded down from pick 2. Jacksonville's on the clock. I'm sorry. That was surprising. Holy crap. Well, Jacksonville's on the clock. What did they trade? I need to see what the trade was, folks. I need to see what that trade compensation was. Wow. Okay, here we go. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, Okay, Adam Schefter just doesn't... Okay. Can I see? Okay. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, number 104, and pick number 200. Jacksonville is trading the number 5 overall pick, pick 36, a 4th, and 2026's first round pick to the Browns. Wow. So, what in the world is Jacksonville going to do here? Wow. Okay. So just to recap. Holy crap. Well, Jacksonville's on the clock. That's a lot to give. That is a lot to give. Let me see. It doesn't tell us. So with tonight's trade, the Browns are now armed to select a quarterback in this year or next year's draft. They currently own 3 of the top 36 picks, number 5, number 33, and number 36. Are the Browns going to try and trade back up at the end of the first round? Are they going to maybe try and trade up with the Bucs? Interesting question. Interesting question. Wow, man. Jacksonville. They want somebody bad. Who do they want? Who do they want? So again, I just want to preface that I'd love to see what... So, Cleveland has a lot of picks now. They have a lot of picks now. I mean, my goodness, guys. That's a lot. Cleveland, hold on, has got 5. Okay, so hold on. So Cleveland has the first pick in the second round. Cleveland's got a lot of ammo, man. Cleveland's got a lot of ammo. My goodness. So if Cleveland wants to trade up, they have a lot of picks to do so. I mean, that's interesting. That is very interesting. And they're still at pick number 5, so they can still get an impact player. Wow. Crazy, man. Could Cleveland be an option to trade up with the Bucs at pick 19? Maybe. Maybe so. Because right now, Cleveland's got a lot of ammo. I mean, man, oh man. Wow, well, our first big surprise of the draft, Jacksonville's pick is in. Again, no spoilers in the chat, otherwise I'm just not going to start reading the chat. I mean, this is a lot for Cleveland. Cleveland has the first pick in round 2, the fourth pick in round 2, the third pick in round 3. I mean, they've got a lot, man. They have got a lot. And Jacksonville's pick is in. We're going to see what they go with. I mean, could go with Abdul Carter. Could go with Travis Hunter. I am curious to see. Travis Hunter is sitting and waiting in the room. And again, I brought this hat for a reason. I don't want to see what's going on. This is the second, third round where you could really do some damage. Let me go ahead and see if I can catch up with the chat here. Wow, that's madness. I'm still thinking about Liam, but let's see if it's Genty. There's no way it's Genty. There's no way. I'd lose my mind if it was Genty. That'd be insane. I'm still, let's see. Wow, that's madness. Indeed it is. Will Travis Hunter play offense and defense both in the NFL? Maybe. Might get a corner. What did Jacksonville do? That's a lot to give. That's a deal for the Browns. Indeed it is. We'll see if the Browns do anything with it. Liam's already doing weird things in Jacksonville. If I were the Jags, I'd go Travis Hunter. Jags will take Hunter. Duval. Jacksonville's desperate. Jags traded up to the second pick in the draft. That does scream desperation. Been aiming for Jacksonville Genty, but in the number 2 pick, no way. I agree. There's no way. Here comes the commissioner. No, they're not going to get Shedeur Sanders. Let's see. And somehow Cleveland will still be the first pick next year. LMAO. Will he play defense and offense? Let's see, man. Crazy stuff. All right. Well, Jacksonville's got a pick to make. Again, no spoilers in the chat. No spoilers in the chat, otherwise I'm just going to not start reading the chat. I want my moderators to get rid of any spoilers as well if you see them. 176 viewers in here, guys. 116 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. What is Jacksonville going to do? The pick is in. Again, they traded up big time. Big time for this. It was a big time trade between the two teams. A big time trade. All right. What is Jacksonville doing here? They are going to go with... Hold on just a moment. Jacksonville. We're doing like a Walter Payton Man of the Year thing. Eric Armstead's up there. I suppose you love to see it. All right. Come on, Jacksonville. Give us something to work with here. Giants are still on the clock at number 3, by the way. Okay. And Jacksonville goes with... Sure would love to see who the pick is, please, ESPN. And they take Travis Hunter, cornerback and wide receiver. Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jag. There you go. Am I lagging? All right. Well, Travis Hunter goes to Jacksonville. There you go. What's up, Logan? So Travis Hunter goes to Jacksonville. All right. So we'll see what Jacksonville can do with him. Trading up that far, though, to get... again, they wanted a wide receiver / corner. It's Liam Cohen. He's an offensive-minded coach. He's going to want to play... he's for sure going to want to play him more at receiver than cornerback. So that's interesting. Travis Hunter is hyped. There he go. He's dancing. He's having a good time. There you go. Travis Hunter is a Jacksonville Jaguar. Crazy trade up for them. Crazy trade up for them. I should be okay with the lag now, hopefully. Hopefully. The Giants are on the clock at 3. It seems like they are... So still, Travis Hunter went number 2. He went number 2. Everybody was going to expect it. It was just the team that took him was the surprise. Number 3 should still be Abdul Carter unless something changes here. So we will see. Again, I'm sorry for the lag, guys. Apologies for that. Sometimes it just happens. So, yeah, what do you guys think of that pick? Jacksonville gave up a lot. I mean, they gave up a lot to get him there. But you know what? It is what it is. He was the number 1 player on Pro Football Focus's big board, so you go out, you get a special kind of guy if you are Jacksonville. I mean, he did a lot last year. I will say that. He did a lot last year. Now, whether or not he's going to play receiver or cornerback, that remains to be seen. We're going to have to wait and see on that, but good pick there. Good pick, but like the trade up is crazy. Is a big time deal for Cleveland. Great trade down for Cleveland. I mean, they can still get a guy that they want at pick 5. Be it like maybe it's going to be a Mason Graham. Maybe it's still a Ted McMillan. I do not know. But the Giants are on the clock. They've got 2.5 minutes left here. Are they going to make a pick or are they going to trade out? Nope, the Giants' pick is in. So, certainly looks like it's going to be Abdul Carter. We're going to have to wait and see. Shouldn't be experiencing as much lag as I am. Okay, it says we're doing fine now. So again, yeah, the Giants are on the clock. Their pick is in. Big time trade that we just saw. Again, just to clarify here, the trade... Jacksonville trades up to number 2 from Cleveland to get this. So he's going to slot right next to Brian Thomas Jr. Indeed. He's going to be quite the guy. Quite the guy. But do you trade up that much to get that kind of guy? Possibly. Possibly. Well, Travis Hunter's still on the board, or he's still on the stage, sorry. So I guess whenever we come back from commercial, we will see what the Bucs, or what the Giants are doing at pick number 3. All right. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, it could very well set Jacksonville back. I personally do not believe in playing Travis Hunter at wide receiver and cornerback. You guys are more than welcome to disagree with me. But at the NFL, I feel like you should just play one position and focus on it, is what I think. I think whenever you start trying to play multiple positions, it's kind of a... what is it? Jack of all trades, master of none type thing, right? So I worry about that for Travis Hunter. I do. I think anybody would worry about it. I very much like his ability, right? But I do worry about that. I do worry about the workload that he will have at a professional NFL level. It's hard to play one of those positions, let alone both. So that is a worry for me. if I analyze that move. Okay. A lot of storms coming through the Midwest. Well, there you go. The Giants pick is in, and they have gone Abdul Carter coming in out of Penn State. So that's a pretty easy pick for the Giants. Now, I do wonder, this is another question. Are the Giants now an option to trade up? Because they now have a bit of a logjam, at the position. Well, it looks like my sound bar has gone off. But I am curious, because now Kayvon Thibodeaux, does that mean he's going to be available? That's a very interesting question there. And if he is available, could you see Kayvon Thibodeaux maybe involved in some type of trade-up from the Giants to maybe the Bucs? Because remember, the Giants also hold the first pick in the second round. So let me ask you guys this. If you were offered Kayvon Thibodeaux, pick 33, and a fourth rounder from the Giants, would you take that? Let me know. New England is on the clock now. This is where things could get pretty interesting. Here. New England can go a lot of different ways. Ashton Genty's on the board still, as we were expecting. Really, the first three are still the first three guys selected. It was just a matter of where they were picked. So let me ask you this. I mean, Kayvon Thibodeaux is there. Maybe you offer that second round pick 2 if you're the Giants. I don't know. I mean, and then they have the third pick in round 4. So I don't know, man. It's interesting. The Bucs have a couple of guys that they could trade back with now. They do. New England is on the clock. No word on their pick. Okay. Let's see. So I'm gonna keep the poll going. We've still got 116 people in here, so thank you guys so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. New England's still on the clock, man. They can do a lot here. They can do a lot. We'll see what happens. New England's pick is in. Their pick is in. We'll see who they went with here in a moment. They are talking to Abdul Carter right now. Again, I don't want to see any spoilers. No spoilers. I'm going to start not reading the chat here, guys. So we'll see. Again, the Bucs have 2 teams here in Cleveland and in Giants. That could be guys where it's like, hey, do these guys trade up? We'll see. We will see. Oh, I'm drinking Pepsi Zero. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate that. Still experiencing some lag. Apologies for that. It is what it is. Okay. Well, Shadur Sanders' couch is empty here at pick number 4. Well, apparently Shadur couldn't be bothered to show up. So the Patriots here at pick number 4. We'll see what they do here after a commercial break, it looks like. Again, the Browns and Giants are 2 very intriguing teams now whenever I think about the possibility of a trade back for the Bucs. I mean, 2 very intriguing options. Because again, Cleveland now has the first pick in round 2, the 4th pick in round 2, the 3rd pick in round 3, and the 30th pick in round 3. Okay, that's a lot of draft pick ammo to possibly trade up with if you want to go get a quarterback. The Giants have Kayvon Thibodeau, the second pick in round 2, and the third pick in round 4, where it's like, hey, maybe you could trade up in that type of scenario. I mean, also, they've got, let me just see if I can pull up where the Giants pick in round 3. I mean, they have the first pick in round 1. So that's also interesting. The Giants have some ammo and a player now that they can do. Let me ask you guys this. If you could, would you take a Kayvon Thibodeau pick 2 in the second round and pick 3 in the fourth round trade back if you're the Bucs from the Giants? Let me know. I would heavily consider that, man. That would be something for me to consider for sure. For sure. But again, New England on the clock here. I mean, their pick's in, so now we're just kind of waiting for confirmation of what they did. So just to recap real quick, the last couple of picks are as follows. You had Cam Ward going number 1. You had Jacksonville trading up to number 2 to get Travis Hunter, and you had Abdul Carter going number 3. Which now, does that mean Kayvon Thibodeau becomes available? Interesting thought. So now, Travis Hunter is listed as cornerback here on ESPN's website. That's interesting. So I wonder if he is going to be playing true corner or not. Again, Cleveland still has pick 5. So, I mean, there is still... I mean, look at this. I mean, Cleveland has 3 of the top 36 picks, 5, number 33, and number 36. That's some ammo. And Jacksonville's 2026 first rounder. That's a lot of ammo for Cleveland. That is a lot of ammo for Cleveland to do whatever they want to do. So we'll see. We will see. Again, 118 people in here, guys. 126 likes. If you guys are enjoying, hit the like button. Can we get up to 145? Let's just say 150. Can we get up to 150 likes before the Bucs pick? I think we can. We're 24 away. I think we can get up there. All right. Getting a commercial when you do that? Apologies, Jonathan. 148 people in here now. Should be okay. Maybe. We're just going to roll with it. Again, New England's pick is in. Their pick's been in for a little while now. Abdul Carter just went to the New York Giants. So again, it does make you think if a guy like Kayvon Thibodeau is available, would he be an option for the Bucs? Also, by the way, all of my top 10 are still available, which is great for me. I know we're only 4 picks into the draft, but all right. What is New England going with here? The New England Patriots select Will Campbell, tackle out of LSU. There you go. Will Campbell is the selection for New England. Not really surprising to get a guy like Will Campbell there. It is what it is. Next, you have got Cleveland at 5. Now, Cleveland can go a couple different directions here. I mean, they have they're still interesting to make. I mean, they're still an incredibly interesting spot here at pick 5. Could they trade down again? Maybe. They're on the clock right now. You could say they go Ashton Genty. Jalen Walker would be a wild pick. There's a lot of interesting guys. Again, who just went off the board was Will Campbell. Will Campbell was the 6th player on Pro Football Focus's big board. Important to note there. So player 1, player 2, and player 6 are off the board on the big board here. I don't even think I have to look at the camera feed, guys. I think that I'm honestly just fine looking at the computer feed. It's right, well, it's 30 seconds behind the camera feed, I should say. So Cleveland's still on the board. We're going to see what they're going to do. They can go a lot of different directions. I honestly don't know what Cleveland's going to do here. I don't know what they're going to do. And that's exciting. I think that's very exciting. We're at 141 likes, guys. 161 people watching. Thank you guys so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. Oh, you're right. I do need to message my girlfriend. Thank you. All right. Whoops. Whoops. All right, hold on. I'm not good at texting, guys. Bang. Thank you, Ray. Thank you. I appreciate that. Who are we taking? I don't know. I do not know. I don't know what Cleveland's going to do, and that's exciting. That's exciting. So I asked Evan Wanish about the trade-up. Here's the thoughts. Evan says, don't love it for either team. From the Jacksonville perspective, they get a blue-chip player, but it costs them a lot. For Cleveland, they passed on a blue-chip player for no reason. Yeah, well, Cleveland's pick is in. My other friend Logan says not unless they legit plan on him playing both sides of the ball. Well, we'll see. Cleveland's pick is in, by the way. Definitely want to see what they will do. Let me go back. I need to see the measurements of Mr. Will Campbell here. So I know he's a big dude. 6'6", 323 pounds. Man, oh man. What's Cleveland going to do at pick number 5, guys? They can go in a lot of different directions. Guys, we're 12 likes away from hitting our, 2 likes away from hitting our like goal before the Buccaneers selection. I thank you guys so much for that. Nick Chubb's not even on the Browns right now, by the way. So maybe they will go Ashton Genty. We'll see. We will see. But Cleveland's pick is in. Again, they can go a lot of different ways here. A lot of different ways. I'm happy I'm not having anything spoiled right now, by the way. I very much enjoy that. They are talking to Will Campbell on the sideline. Slow process. We're 5 picks in, and it's been 42 minutes. So there you go. Will Campbell's going to come in, help protect Drake May. I don't mind the pick at all. It's a fine pick for New England. Wasn't really any big surprise there. Cleveland is going to have some interesting stuff to do here. It's going to have some interesting stuff to do. Ashton Genty is currently the top player left on the board. Or actually, I guess I should say, yes, Ashton Genty is the top player left on the board according to the Pro Football Focus. Then Ted McMillan is after that. Then you've got Mason Graham. There's a lot of interesting moves that could happen here. We'll see. Is the commissioner coming to the podium? He is not. I'm going to have to look away from the TV because I don't want to see what Cleveland's up to. They just showed their war room. So, Cleveland's next pick is in the second round, pick 1. So, we'll see. Is the commissioner coming up? He is. He's got some nice shoes on, Commissioner Goodell does. He looks pretty dripped out, not going to lie. Looks pretty good with the white shoes, blue shirt, baby blue, sky blue button up. I like to see it. It's a good look for him. Not going to lie. So Cleveland is going to go with... Oh, Mason Graham goes at pick number 5. There you go. Mason Graham is made at pick number 5. So honestly, Cleveland and Jacksonville just swapped players they were all projected to take. That's interesting. So they don't go Ashton Genty. They go with Mason Graham. All right, Maya, be safe driving. Be safe driving. Last blue chip, right. 156 likes, guys. Thank you so much for that. So Mason Graham's the pick. Good player. Very, very, very good player. I mean, take a look at this, guys. A pass rush grade of 81.1 in 2024. Run defense grade of 92.6. So you're getting an elite run guy. A pass rush win rate of 13.8%. A run stopping grade of 12%. 5 sacks last year. 9 quarterback hits. 20 quarterback hurries. So he's 6'3", 320. He's going to be a very good defensive tackle, I believe, for Cleveland. Now, you're pairing up Mason Graham with Myles Garrett. That's a good combo, I believe. That's a good time combo. And the Raiders are up. Now, everybody and their mom has been saying that the Raiders are going to be taking Ashton Genty. Let's see if that happens. They have needs at wide receiver, running back, cornerback, safety, and offensive guard. Could you also possibly see Ted McMillan here as well? That's another interesting option. They say, ESPN says, Will Johnson is the best fit for the Raiders, but Ashton Genty is the best player available. So there is a little bit of a difference there. Okay. So we will see what the Raiders do. If the Raiders will take Ashton Genty or if they will not. The Raiders are on the board. They are on the clock. The clock is ticking. So we will see what the Raiders do. I'm going to take my hat off for a second. It is hot, man. It is hot. Golly. They're talking to Mason Graham. Very happy for that young man. So Michigan has 1 player selected so far. So actually, let's just let's take a quick look. So far, we've got 1 player from Miami. We've got 1 from Colorado, 1 from Penn State, 1 from LSU, and 1 from Michigan. So no doubling up yet. Nothing along those lines. It's all been different schools. It's all been different schools. And the Raiders are on the clock, folks. The Raiders are on the clock. Okay. I'm curious to see what the Raiders will do. They've got a lot of options. The Raiders' war room is busy. Busy, busy. Now, I will say, shout out Chris and Krista, because they've told me to say it before. Ohio State is looking to break a record this draft with the most players drafted in a single draft. I believe the record is held by Georgia with 15. They're looking to break that record this year. Will they do it? I don't know. We'll see. 159 likes, by the way. If you guys are enjoying it, that like button again. Now I guess our goal is 200 likes before the Buccaneers make their selection. So we are 41 likes away. Would love to get your guys' thoughts. The Raiders are still on the board. Are they maybe looking to trade back? I don't know. Or are they just really dragging out this pick? Just kidding. The Raiders' pick is in. I lied. They're not looking to trade back. Or I was wrong. They're not. Maybe they weren't. Because their pick is in. Cowboy Hat James. Cowboy James. Okay. What are the Raiders going to do here? At pick number 6. A lot of people think it's going to be Ashton Genty. Will it end up being Ashton Genty? That is the question. Here we go. And the pick is... Give me just a moment here, folks. They do go Ashton Genty, coming in out of Boise State. Bang! Ashton Genty's the selection. That's such a great fit for them. Will the Bucs finally draft an Ohio State player? No shot. No shot they do. I need an eye patch and a parrot. I have my parrot. I mean, he's kind of busy, but... All right, well, Ashton Genty's the pick, guys. Thoughts and opinions on that selection. Now the Jets are on the board. The Jets are on the board. Ashton Genty. I love Ashton Genty so much. The dude's such a beast. He was the 3rd player on Pro Football Focus's big board. Guys, 2022, 821 rushing yards, 7 rushing touchdowns. 2023, 1,344 rushing yards, 14 rushing touchdowns. 2024, 2,595 rushing yards in 29 rushing touchdowns. Absolute insanity. I love Ashton Genty. He's going to be such a phenomenal running back in the NFL. I believe in him. Fantasy owners, get Ashton Genty. Make sure you get Ashton Genty. And now we've got the Jets on the board. The Jets could go in a few different directions. I believe they are probably going to take a tackle. Armond Meu seems like an interesting option here. They could also go Ted McMillan. That could certainly be an option as well. The best player available, according to ESPN, is Jalen Walker. They could also go Tyler Warren. Take a tight end. But is that really worth a top 7 pick? I don't know. The best player on Pro Football Focus's big board currently is Ted McMillan. So you've got a bit of some diversifying opinions here. But Boise State running back Ashton Genty off the board. And now I'm excited to see what the Jets are going to do. Somebody said they think the Jets take Tyler Warren. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. We'll see. Again, they have a few needs. I mean, you could see him go offensive tackle. Armond Meu is certainly an option. He's the 9th rated player on Pro Football Focus's big board. We're 7 picks in, and we are almost an hour into the draft currently. So we've still got a long ways to go, folks. Even before the Bucs pick, we have a long ways to go. Imagine if you're a Eagles fan or an Eagles YouTuber. You're going to be here forever. So, but New York's still on the clock. They could maybe trade back. Probably not, though. I think they are going to make a pick here. I think they're either going to go with an offensive tackle or possibly Tyler Warren, from what you guys are saying in the chat. So my top 10 is still here, thankfully. We're like 2 picks away, and then it can almost be confirmed that one guy in my top 10 would be available. So Ashton Genty, great player. I love him. He's one of my top favorite players in the draft. I think he's great. I mean, dude, look at the A emblem on the suit jacket. That's great. That is great. Man, oh man. Him and Gino are going to be cooking. The Jets pick is in, by the way. The Jets pick is in. I'm excited for Geno Smith. I'm a big Geno Smith guy. Ashton Genty is the first Boise State first-round pick since 2018, with Leighton Vander Esch going to the Dallas Cowboys. So, there you go. The Jets are in. They could go, I mean, for me, Ted McMillan's an option. Armond Meu, maybe they go Walter Nolan. I don't know. The Jets could go a lot of different routes. But I believe they are either going to go with Armond Meu or Tyler Warren. Their picks in. We'll see who they select here in a moment. They're at a commercial break right now. So, by the way, also on my draft options board, everybody is still available, which is good. We still have a lot of good draft options there. Jihad Campbell still available, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson, James Pierce Jr., Jahdae Barron, Malachi Starks, Mykel Williams, Maxwell Hairston, Nick Emenwari, Mike Green, Darius Alexander, Trey Amos are all options still as well. The Jets, they did sign Justin Fields. I am curious to see what the future holds. So apparently minutes after drafting edge rusher Abdul Carter, Giants general manager Joe Schoen said his team is picking up Kayvon Thibodeau's 5th-year contract option. So I wonder, it seems like they might not be trading Kayvon Thibodeau. Could they trade Brian Burns? Doesn't seem likely. It sounds like they're just going to be rolling out with Abdul Carter, Brian Burns, and Kayvon Thibodeau. Seems like that's the most likely option, I suppose. Which, do you guys agree with that? Do you disagree? Let me know. All right. 10 p.m. for our pick? Maybe. It might be another hour. So excited for draft day. What is my prediction for the Bucs? I'm probably going to say Donovan Ezeraku. Almost 200 people in here, by the way, guys. Can we get to 200 likes before the Buccaneers selection? That is our goal. 200 likes before the Bucs selection. Do I like tennis? I've been playing a lot of pickleball lately, which has been enjoyable. That's very much been enjoyable. Any of you guys play pickleball in the chat? I enjoy it. But the Jets pick is in. We will see what happens here with the New York Football Jets. Carolina and Saints now. That's right. So Carolina's on the board next, as is the Saints with the 9th pick. So a couple of options there. We'll see. Hey, has anybody been playing the Oblivion remaster? Freaking love that game, dude. It's phenomenal. Phenomenal game. But the Jets pick is in. They are going with Armond Meu, offensive tackle out of Missouri, is the pick. There you go. So, Ted McMillan is not the selection. Armond Meu is the selection. So the top guys on the board still, according to Pro Football Focus, are as follows. The 4th player on their board was Ted McMillan out of Arizona. The 7th player on their board is Walter Nolan from Ole Miss. The 8th player on their board is Malachi Starks out of Georgia. The 10th player on the board is Mike Green. The 11th player on the board is Jahdae Barron. So there you go. Armond Meu is the pick. They're going to protect Justin Fields. They're going to give him a little bit of help. Disc golf. I have a friend who plays a lot of disc golf. Man, oh man. Carolina's pick is in. That was quick. I believe Carolina is either going to go with Ted McMillan or Jalen Walker. It's my official selection. Or my official guess. I'm going to say Ted McMillan. No, I'm going to say Jalen Walker. They could go Tet here, but it's either going to be Tet or McMillan. Those are my guys. Those are my picks. Armond Meu off the board, though. How big is Armond Meu? He is 6'3", 314 pounds. There you go. So a big offensive tackle to help protect Justin Fields. I suppose they won't be mad about that. If Bryce Hall is healthy, I think he will be a solid backup cornerback, and that's completely fine. I believe that is a very fine thing to have in the old repertoire. Panthers pick is in. We will get to that in a moment, guys. All right. I'm going to be curious to see what this is the first NFC South rival pick for the Bucs. Their rival Carolina Panthers making a selection. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Jalen Walker? Is it going to be Ted McMillan? Is it going to be somebody we weren't even expecting? We don't know. So the Saints are on the board as well. At this point, the Saints are on the board. And that's where it gets kind of interesting. Do the Saints maybe go with Shedeur Sanders? I don't know. I do not know. Folks, by the way, we have got 136 people in here, 180 likes. Our goal is to get us to 200 likes before the Buccaneers selection. Would really appreciate if you guys hit the like button. So we'll see. We'll see what Carolina does here. This is going to be a guy the Bucs are going to have to play twice a year, at least for the next couple of years. And if everything goes well for them, it would be a lot longer than that. Again, my guess is Ted McMillan or probably Jalen Walker is probably going to be their pick. Now, Walker can play inside and outside. He's actually an option, or was considered a possible option for the Bucs, but then so much love was thrown his way kind of late in the process there. There's a reason he's not on my draft options board, is because I don't think he's going to be there for the Bucs pick. We are also 11 selections away from the Bucs pick. 11 selections away. So get excited for that, guys. Again, there's still a lot of good talent on the board for Tampa. Donovan Ezaraku is there. Jihad Campbell is there. JPJ is there. I'm a big fan of those guys. Mike Green, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan. There's still some good talent. Who do we want the most? Well, according to the poll, it's an edge rusher. It's an edge rusher is the position a lot of people want right now. That is the current affinity that everybody has. So we'll see. We'll see what they end up doing. Again, we got the draft board here. All right, there we go. Carolina is still on the clock. I was just trying to fix my draft board. Have I been working on the gritty? It doesn't need work. It's already fantastic, according to some. According to some, it's already fantastic. So, no, I haven't been working on it. Okay, Carolina, what are you going to do at pick number 8? I am curious. Again, this is a guy that the Bucs are going to see pretty often going forward. Let's see. Ben said anyone but Ted. I mean, Ted McMillan he's one of the two most likely guys, in my opinion, right here. But we'll see. Finally, after much waiting, the pick is in. Carolina. Who are they going with here? They are going with... Ted McMillan off the board to Carolina. No Jalen Walker. So Ted McMillan off the board. Bryce Young gets his number 1 wide receiver here for Carolina. Very interesting. I mean, hey, if there's one guy who knows what Mike Evans brings to the table, it is Dave Canales. So a big-bodied wide receiver here for Bryce Young. It's a good pick for Carolina. I like Ted McMillan a lot. Now, I do want to say, I want to see if I can pull up my round 1 mock draft that I made the other day. Because I'm pretty sure I mocked Ted McMillan to Carolina. Let me go check on that real quick. Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. I'm going to have to check. Hold on just a moment. I did! Look at me. Look, so far in my round 1 mock draft, by the way, I have gotten technically 2 picks wrong. No, sorry. I got Abdul Carter at 2, wrong. Travis Hunter at 3, wrong. Armond Meu at 4, wrong. I mean, they did go a tackle. Saints pick is in, by the way. But I did get Ted McMillan to the Panthers. Go me. Go me. But no Jalen Walker. No Jalen Walker. Saints pick is in. The Bucs are up at pick number 19. If you guys want to refresh real quick, if you are experiencing some lag, should be okay now. I like Ted McMillan a lot. I think he's a very good player. That's me. I mean, look, for a division rival, it is what it is. Now the Saints are on the board. They may have went with Ted McMillan if he would have been there. Do you possibly see Shedeur going here? I do not know. I do not know. But I do know the Saints pick is in. And they need a little bit of everything. Do they go Jalen Walker here? Perhaps. I mean, the Saints pick is in. They're still trying to get through the freaking Panthers pick. All right, I think Cowboy James is done. I'm a little over the cowboy hat, guys. I'm a little over it right now. What do we think the Saints are going to do, guys? What do we think the Saints are going to do? Let me know. Oh, I think... So they need wide receiver. They need cornerback help. I think they're going to go with Jahdae Barron. That's my guess. Because did they lose Colston Loveland? Let me check. Pretty sure they did, right? Yeah, he's on the Giants. Yeah, they're going Jahdae Barron. That's my guess. That is my guess. But Ted McMillan goes to the South, goes to the Panthers. Am I still lagging? Is it okay now? Try refreshing your screen, see if it comes up. See if the lag is better. Apologies. Indeed, the last good Cowboy is gone for the moment. For the moment. If you guys are experiencing some lag, refresh the stream. Might be better. It's just, I don't know. I can't do anything to improve. I'm hardwired in. I'm LAN cabled in, so yeah, bad, I know. I've been working out the past like 2 weeks. So I've got a workout regimen going on. So, Saints pick is in. We will see what the Saints go with here. All right. So let's see what... We're getting a look at their war room. So they can go wide receiver, corner, edge. Got offensive guard, quarterback. They can go a lot of different ways. Here we go. Big pick here for New Orleans. Do they take their potential successor at quarterback, or do they go with some other player? My guess is still Jahdae Barron. That is my guess. And they actually go Kelvin Banks Jr., offensive tackle out of Texas. That is, honestly, kind of surprising. Kind of surprising to me. Or not even kind of. That's actually very surprising. Kelvin Banks Jr. off the board. Chat, what do we think about that? Kelvin Banks Jr. off the board, the 26th rated player, according to ESPN. And now the Bears are on the clock at number 10. Narco says, get in some Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. I just go on walks, running, and I'm going to try lifting some weight soon. So, we will see. We will see. Trevor Penning is still Trevor Penning is still there, but you're right. Ryan Ramczyk did retire. But pretty bold pick for the Saints there. The Bears pick is in. I had no idea that. I didn't know the Saints were going to go offensive tackle there. Did I even have that? No, I had them taking Shador, so. Yeah, my top 10 is guaranteed to make it. It's true. So according to the big board, where was Kelvin Banks on the Pro Football Focus big board? He was all the way down at number 22, but a very good pass blocker. A very good pass blocker. So Kelvin Banks is going to help protect whoever is at quarterback for the Saints. Okay. Need 8 more teams to pass on Jihad Campbell? It's true. We are now just a handful of selections away until the Bucs pick. All right. Okay, Chicago's pick is in. Folks, we are 14 likes away to 200 likes. I don't know what's going on, but there's some ladies up on the board talking. I don't know what they're talking about. I do know that Chicago's pick is in. They could go DT, running back, maybe wide receiver, corner. I'm not sure. They could go a lot of different ways here. They're doing some memeing up there. Okay. So the 2025 schedule release, I guess, is coming up soon at some point. Who do I want? Again, my number one guy is still Jihad Campbell. He is still my number one guy. No spoilers, by the way. No spoilers. Please don't do it. The Saints had to draft Banks because the Bears was going to pick him with the next pick. Maybe. Maybe they were. I'm Jihad Campbell guy all the way. All right. We'll see what the Bears do here in just a moment. Caleb Williams could use some weapons. Jalen Walker, maybe. Jalen Walker's still out there. He is still out there. Everybody still, as the top options, are still available here. So apparently the NFL schedule will release May 14th. There you go. Chicago's pick is in. We'll see what Chicago does in a second here. Okay, let's see. This is my first draft since we picked Cadillac Williams. There you go. So we'll see what happens. Chicago's pick is in. And Chicago is going to go with, let's see. Chicago is going with please. They are remembering Steve Mono McMichael. Rest in peace to Steve McMichael. Okay. So what's Chicago going with here? Come on now. Help me out here, Chicago. What are we going with? 163 people in here, by the way. We're 1 like away from our like goal. 1 like away. It's also the 50th anniversary of Walter Payton's selection. There you go. So Chicago's got a lot going on. A lot going on. All right, Chicago. Come on. Thank you, Ricardo. I'm happy you're tuning in as well. Do I low-key look exhausted? It's probably the lighting. Geez, I must look awful. Colston Loveland goes. Very interesting. So who... Somebody said Colston Loveland earlier. Somebody said Jalen Walker. Let's see. Wow. Yeah, somebody called it. I don't agree with that pick at all. Chicago went with Colston Loveland. He wasn't even the top tight end available, but now he's off the board. And San Francisco's on the clock, and they've got a lot of great options. They have got a lot of great options. Guys, apparently, yeah, I don't know if it's the lighting. I look exhausted. I look like I'm getting fat. A touch fat, Bat said. A touch fat. Golly. So San Francisco's pick is in at pick number 11. They need an offensive tackle, a cornerback, an edge. Colston Loveland goes, though. I mean, that's such a Bears pick. They can't help themselves but pick a tight end. There's still a lot of great guys for the Bucs on the board right now. Jalen Walker's still available. I'm very surprised he's available. 211 likes, by the way. Thank you guys so much for that. We have hit our like goal. Thank you guys so much for that. I know, Crow. I know. I can't catch a break. It's okay. I'm trying to work on the weight part. There's nothing I mean, I guess I can control the lighting, but I'll just keep on running, I suppose. Keep on walking and running. I don't do a lot, but like a half-hour walk a day, half-hour walk/run a day. So maybe it helps, maybe it doesn't. Dave called the Loveland pick. Yeah, good. Shout out, Dave. Thank you, Bajito. I appreciate that. Not gonna lie, you don't look like you've gained or lost much. Well, hey. I still want to be healthy. Trying to be, I guess, a little. Thank you, Landon. Let's see. Yeah, so don't they have Cole Kmet? Don't they have Cole Kmet, guys? The Bears? San Francisco's got a lot of good options, right? Will Johnson's still on the board, by the way. I love that. Everybody in my top 10 is still on the board. Everyone. If Shador falls to the Bucs, I think that they would probably rather trade back. Jalen Walker would be crazy. Now, Jacory, is that a spoiler or are you guessing? Help me out here. Because don't spoil. Don't spoil anything, please. Well, thank you, Ricardo. I appreciate that. The Bears don't have a tight end, too. Well, I suppose so. Jalen Walker falling would be wild. I mean, he's still on the board currently. San Francisco could go offensive tackle. They could go corner. They could go a lot of different ways. Oh, guessing? Thank you, Jacory. Thank you. What does San Francisco do here? I don't know. Again, like, whenever you think about guys who could possibly trade up, the Browns are an option. They have a lot of ammo now after that trade down. And I still think the Giants might be an option. Maybe. We'll see. What position do I think the Bucs should mostly consider for a first-round pick? For me, I mean, my top guy's a middle linebacker. Edge defender would be huge. I love Donovan Ezeraku. Cornerback as well. Those would be the three positions. Now, David, I hope you're not giving any spoilers. I just want to say that. So, we'll keep an eye on that. We will keep an eye on that. Who is Williams, though, David? Who is Williams? Oh, Mykel Williams is what you're referencing. Maybe? I have Mykel Williams on my draft options board. There's Shedeur Sanders chilling. Is Dion there? Shedeur Sanders is dancing as he's not being picked. I wonder what San Francisco is going to do here. Current team's starting quarterbacks: Brock Purdy, Dak, Tua, Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, Michael Penix, Kyler Murray, Joe Burrow, Sam Darnold. Yeah, you're definitely going to see a run of non-starting non-quarterbacks. We'll see. We'll see what San Francisco does here. Oh, so Ted McMillan's still Ted McMillan is off the board. Apologies. My number 10 guy's off the board. So now 9 of my guys are there. Apologies. I'm so dumb. Sometimes it takes me a while, guys. Sometimes it takes me a while to catch up. All right. What's San Francisco doing at pick number 11? Pick number 11 for San Francisco. They've got the Yokota Air Base in Japan. Exciting. Very exciting. All right, San Francisco, what do you got for us? Whew. With the number 11 overall pick. Is this like a salute? Is this another salute to service thing? It might be. I believe it was. I believe it was like a kind of salute to service thing. Yeah, I agree with Glenn. Say if you're guessing or not, because I quite frankly do not know. And I don't want any spoilers. So, tell me out with that. Pretty please, chat. But folks, we are at 167 people, 218 likes. If you guys are ready for the Bucs pick, hit that like button, man. Hit that like button. So Mykel Williams is off the board. All right. So there we go. Mykel Williams goes to the San Francisco 49ers. So he was on my board. He is now no longer on my draft options board. He's off the board. All right. Who are we putting instead of Mykel Williams, guys? Who are we putting? Because Mykel Williams is no longer an option. I'm thinking Kenneth Grant. That's my guess, is Dallas is on the clock, by the way, at number 12. So Donovan Ezraku is still there. Jihad Campbell is Malachi Starks, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, James Pierce Jr. I don't have Kenneth Grant on here. I will go ahead and throw him on there. All right, Kenneth Grant joins the board. Thank you, Glenn. Now, what do we think Dallas is going to do? Dallas's pick is in. They made their pick extremely fast. Extremely fast. So, David, I'm going to ask no spoilers because it does seem like you're ahead of the rest of us. So, I'm going to please ask no spoilers. But we are at pick number 12. We're only a handful of picks away from the Bucs selection. I mean, and guys, if you're guessing, that's completely fine. But listen to everybody that's still on the board. I mean, Donovan Ezraku, Jihad Campbell, Malachi Starks, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, James Pierce Jr., Kenneth Grant, Mike Green. These guys are all still on the board. Jalen Walker's still on the board. I mean, there's still a lot of talent here, guys. A lot of talent on the board. All right. Bad says, could they go with Omarion Hampton? Maybe. That's right. Jacory got it right, or half right. He said Mykel Williams or Walter Nolan. Dallas, I think it's going to be Matthew Golden. That's my pick. Did I mock Matthew Golden to the Cowboys? I did. I had Walter Nolan going to San Francisco. Did not happen. All right, Dallas, what are you doing at pick number 12? And coming in at pick number 12, it's Tyler Booker, guard out of Alabama, going to Dallas. Wow. Okay. Guys, Jalen Walker's still on the board. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for the Bucs because, I mean, Miami's not going to take an edge. I don't think. We may be looking at either Jalen Walker or Mike Green being available at pick 19. That'd be fantastic. They did have some guys retire. They did. What's up, Michael? This board's falling very well for the Bucs. Very well for the Bucs right now. I mean, my goodness. So I'm going to follow along on Pro Football Focus's picks. All right. So we've got Miami on the clock. They could go a lot of different ways here. I'm curious to see what they go with. Michael says Jihad Campbell. 6 away. There's still some great guys to choose from. I mean, man, oh man. I mean, dude, Jihad Campbell's still on the board. Mike Green is still on the board. Donovan Ezraku. Will Johnson still on the board. Jahdae Barron. Walter Nolan still on the board. In fact, I'm not going to put Walter Nolan up there. I think he will be picked here soon. Jahdae Barron's still on the board. James Pierce Jr. is still on the board. Malachi Starks is still on the board, as is Kenneth Grant. So only one guy in my top 10 has been taken so far, and that was Ted McMillan. That was number 10. 198 people in here. 228 likes. I don't know if Green's going to get past Atlanta. I don't think he will. But if Jalen Walker is still there by that pick, maybe they do go with Jalen Walker over Mike Green, which means Mike Green could very well fall to the Bucs. Maybe. So far, this board is falling very well for the Bucs. Miami's on the clock. Don't necessarily know what Miami's going to do, but they've got a lot of options. They could, maybe it's a spot for Malachi Starks. I had them going Will Johnson in my mock draft. He's still on that board. They need a guard. They need a tackle. They need a defensive tackle. They need a linebacker. They need a lot. Miami's still taking their time. I wonder if they're cooking maybe on a trade back. Maybe Atlanta wants to move up to get a guy like Jalen Walker. I do not know. I do not know. We'll see what happens here, guys. Miami's clock is ticking. So maybe they're working on something that we have no idea. But there is still a phenomenal amount of talent on that board for the Bucs. I mean, there's going to be a lot of good guys available for the Bucs. A lot of good guys available. This board is falling better than I thought it was going to. Real cowboy move. There you go. Am I worried about Jihad Campbell's injury? Honestly, Bert, no, not necessarily. I don't think it's... I'm not personally worried about it. No, I am not. $176 people in here, by the way, guys. Thank you so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. Yes, it can very quickly go south, starting with Atlanta. Miami's pick is in, by the way. Miami's pick is in. I'm curious to see what they do here. David says, in my honest opinion, skip Jihad. Can't do it. I love him too much. I cannot do it. What's up, Jorge? How you doing? Will the Bucs trade up? Probably not. I would say probably not. But we are at pick 13. We're getting very close to the Bucs selection here. I mean, if you see a run on guys that the Bucs want, you could very well see a trade back. You could. Again, Miami needs some help. They need some safety help, guard help, offensive tackle, defensive tackle, linebacker. That's at least according to the tracker over here. Aren't they trying to trade? They're trying to trade Jalen Ramsey, I believe. Yes, Miami took their sweet, sweet time. I'm curious to see who else continues to fall, though. I'm sure you guys are as well. I'd be very happy with the Jalen Walker pick. I mean, that dude would be an absolute Swiss Army knife. He would be. I mean, 6'1", 243, he can rush the passer. He can do a lot of good stuff. He can. So we will see. He's definitely a pretty raw prospect. But we'll see. 21 years old is Jalen Walker. So I wonder what Miami's going to do. So we got 218 people in here, guys. Thank you so much for that. Hey, if you guys are new, if you guys are new, go ahead and subscribe. Hit that like button. If you guys are enjoying, let's try and get to 250 likes before the Bucs pick. The goal just keeps on improving. I'm gonna say either Will Johnson. It's somebody in the secondary, is my guess. Somebody in the secondary. Be curious to see. All right. Pick number 13. Let's see what the Dolphins do here. Out comes Commissioner Roger Goodell. 13th overall pick is in. And they go with Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. Interesting. All right, so he's off the board is Mr. Kenneth Grant. He was the 9th player on my top 10. He is out now. Okay, Kenneth Grant goes. So we are going to have to add somebody else onto my board. Bang. Walter Nolan's still there. I'm going to throw Walter Nolan up just because, quite frankly, I was not expecting him to be here. The Colts pick is just bang in automatically. I think it's going to be Tyler Warren is my guess for that. I'm surprised. I'm surprised Walter Nolan was on the board, or is still on the board. I thought he would have been picked. Jalen Walker's still on the board. Those guys are falling. Those guys are falling, man. Tyler Warren's got to be the pick for Indianapolis. I mean, it has to be, right? And then you've got Atlanta. They need some edge help. They could go Jalen Walker or a Walter Nolan, and I'd be okay with that. There's going to be some good talent available. I will 100% say that. There's going to be some very good talent available for Tampa Bay. It could go pretty quickly here in the next few picks, but we will see. The Colts were quick. Yes, they were. People are saying Will Johnson. Would love if Will Johnson dropped to us. Again, chat, no spoilers, please. No spoilers. A lot of us are still kind of catching up here, so please, no spoilers. What are the Colts going to do? Still a lot of talent on the board. Derek Harmon. I'll add Derek Harmon if another player gets taken. Maybe. We'll see. Okay. Colts pick is in. First 14 picks. Let's see. First one quarterback in the first 13 picks. There you go. Now pick 14 is the Colts. Oh, I'm sorry, Jonathan. I was so worried about spoilers, I became the spoiler. Brutal. You hate to see it. All right, Indianapolis, what you got for us? They're picking Tyler Warren. No surprises. No surprises. Tyler Warren goes to the Colts. So you mean to tell me Walter Nolan, Malachi Starks, Mike Green, Jahdae Barron, Jihad Campbell, Will Johnson, Donovan Ezra, who are all still on the board. Crazy. Now, this is a scary pick. This is a scary, scary pick here. Great pick for Indianapolis. The Falcons are on the clock. This is scary. They could go Mike Green. They could go Jalen Walker. Is an interesting option. I didn't think Jalen Walker was going to be available, but he may very well be a guy for Atlanta. Mike Green may be an option for them as well. We will see. But Atlanta and Cincinnati are scary for the Bucs, because those Atlanta, you can see Mike Green go off the board or a Jalen Walker go off the board. Cincinnati is a very likely place to where you could have a Jihad Campbell go off the board. But I will say this, okay? We have 4 picks until the Bucs pick. That means that either Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, or Walter Nolan, or even Donovan Ezeraku are all going to be available for the Bucs. One of them is going to be available for the Bucs. At least one, or at least two of those guys are going to be available. Between Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, and Jahdae Barron, two of those guys are going to be available for the Bucs. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now, I'm curious, I'm sure Atlanta's probably having a conversation right now. Do we want to go Jalen Walker or Mike Green? That's probably what they're thinking right now. That's probably what they're thinking. Okay. But this board's falling very favorably for the Bucs. Very favorably. I mean, if they don't pick one of those six guys I just mentioned, Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson, or Jahdae Barron, I don't agree with the pick, in my opinion. It should be one of those six guys. One of them. Barron is the wrong type of cornerback, and Johnson is a Glass-Stein. I think that Jahdae Barron can be a starting nickel cornerback for the Bucs, and Will Johnson, at minimum, can be your third outside corner. I understand worries about injuries, but then by that logic, nobody should want Jihad Campbell because he tore his pec. So injuries happen. They do. You hope for a guy to stay healthy. Now, the reason I think Jahdae Barron would be a good fit is because they want to play Tyke Smith at safety more. So based on that information, Jahdae Barron would be a good option. He could be your starting nickel. If they end up playing Tyke Smith more at safety, which, I mean, Todd Bowles has talked about it. Jason Light has talked about it. That's something they are very possibly going to do. So, look at Johnson. It's all little stuff. Let's go ahead and Google real quick. Will Johnson injury history. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. Missed the second half of the season due to turf toe, hamstring injury that kept him out of the team's pro day, shoulder injury in September, and injured his left foot, which sidelined him for a period of time. So a left foot, this is from the 2024 season, guys, going into the draft. Missed 3 games with a left foot injury, missed a game with a shoulder injury, missed pro day due to a hamstring injury, missed some games due to a turf toe injury, suffered an apparent lower leg injury against Illinois, forcing him to leave the game early. Okay, so he's had a lot. He's had a lot of injury concerns. I understand why people are concerned about it, but in my opinion, if the player's good, you take the risk. I mean, that's just how I feel. I mean, that's how I feel about Jihad Campbell. If you think the player's good, you take the risk. I wonder what Atlanta's thinking right now. They've got 2.5 minutes left on this board. They have got to be heavy debating right now. Heavy debating. I have no idea what Atlanta's going to do. No idea. At this point, I don't think the Bucs will trade down. There's too many good players on the board. I don't think they are going to trade down, the Bucs. Because again, you're looking at 2 of these 6 guys being available. It's just the numbers. Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, or Jahdae Barron. 2 of those 6 guys are going to be available at the Bucs pick. Whenever you throw in a James Pierce Jr. and Malachi Starks in there as well, there's going to be too much good talent available. Atlanta's got 1.5 minutes left on the board. James Pierce Jr. is off the field. I've gone back and forth with this a ton. But let's see. So yeah, it looks like he had a torn shoulder labrum December 31st of 2024. So there you go. That was in the bowl game against Michigan. Atlanta's still on the clock, man. They're still on the clock. They're going to let it tick all the way down. I have no idea what they're going to do here, guys. No idea. $30 seconds left on the clock, guys. 30 seconds left on the clock. Atlanta might let the timer go all the way. Atlanta's pick is in. They took their whole time to decide on that one. 248 people in here, guys. 238 likes. Again, the goal before the Bucs pick is to get to 250 likes. 250. Can we do that? Let me know. Or I guess like the video, like the live stream. I'm sure Atlanta was getting offers. I'm sure they were getting a lot of offers. James, imagine hypothetically that the Wolfman was available at pick 19. Would you be able to pass? Probably not. Not on the Wolfman. But as a Rock or Jihad Campbell, give me Jihad Campbell. That's my guy. Really like Jihad Campbell. You got to imagine the debate for Atlanta was, do we want to pick Jalen Walker or do we want to pick Mike Green? That's got to be what the debate was. It's got to be. All right. We'll see what happens here. The pick is in. Indeed it is. Indeed it is. What are the Falcons going to do? They need edge help, defensive tackle help, center help, safety help, wide receiver help. I agree, Glenn. If my moderators want to help take care of some spoilers, please, that would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Just because I still want to be able to read the chat. Okay. Here we go. Goodell is coming up to the board. To the podium, I should say. Atlanta is going to go with Jalen Walker off the board officially to Atlanta. That's a good pick for them. That's a very, very good pick for them. That's probably a steal. Jalen Walker going off the board like that, that's probably a steal. But I will say this. Mike Green is still there and could very well be available at pick 19. I just want to say that. So the Falcons go Jalen Walker. Walter Nolan, still there. Malachi Starks, still there. Mike Green, Jahdae Barron, Jihad Campbell, and Will Johnson are all still there. We're 3 picks away from Tampa Bay's selection. Guys, that means now 3 of the following 6 players are going to be available to the Bucs. Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezaraku, Will Johnson, Walter Nolan, and Jahdae Barron. 3 of those 6 guys are going to be available. That's exciting. In my opinion, that is exciting. Yeah, Mike Green's still there. That's awesome. There's still a lot of good players, man. There's still a lot of good players, chat. We got 258 people in here, guys. If you are new, go ahead and subscribe. Now the like goal's 275. Can we get 275 likes before the Bucs make their pick? Help me out here. We are 14 likes away from that goal. Again, everybody wants an edge rusher. We're 3 picks away from that possibility. 3 picks away. And at this point, I don't want the... Now, I will say this. I'll go as far as to say this. If Jihad Campbell and Mike Green are gone, and probably Walter Nolan, I'm going to say trade down. I guess Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, or Walter Nolan. One of those four, at least one of those four is going to be available. And I'm team no corner, so... What's up, Haru? Good to see you. I'm team edge rusher or Jihad. I'm team linebacker at pick 19, Jihad Campbell. But if I can't get Jihad Campbell, give me Mike Green. The board is falling beautifully for the Bucs. By the way, not a single Ohio State player taken yet. They are still going to try and break the record for most players taken in a single draft. 278 people in here, by the way, guys. 277 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. So we did beat the goal. Could we go for 300 by the Bucs pick? Maybe. Some of you like Mike Green. Me? I like the stream. There you go. David wants Ezeraku. I'm down for Mike Green, man, if he's there. I mean, dude had 17 sacks last year, 10 quarterback hits, and 32 hurries. Folks, 6'4", 248. I mean, just a beast. Just a beast of a player. The fact that Walter Nolan's still there as well is pretty wild. 6'3", 305. Cardinals pick is in. Are they going to go with a Walter Nolan? We'll see. Mel Kiper, though. Okay. So much talent left on the board, guys. So much talent left on the board for the Bucs. I don't want them to, at this point, right now, you got to feel good. You got to feel good about who's left on that board. Okay. And no quarterback taken so far. So the Cardinals need an edge defender, wide receiver, cornerback, guard, and defensive tackle. They're showing Matthew Golden. So let's see. So apparently ESPN says Will Johnson is the best available player, which is very interesting. You better be team corner. Hey, they can get a corner in like round 2 or 3, okay? That's what I think. AR's been watching me since I had 2K. That's a long time. That is a long time, sir. Thank you. Thank you for everybody watching. We have a good time here. 323 people in here, guys. 284 likes. Again, the goal is to get to 300 likes. Sorry, there may be some lag. If you are experiencing some lag, please refresh your screen. Cardinals pick is in. Let's see who they go with. They are going with Walter Nolan. Hey, Walter Nolan out of Ole Miss off the board. Okay, honestly, not that bummed. Not that bummed. He was the 5th player on my board. He was. But I've still got my top 3. Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku. One of those 3 is going to be available to the Bucs. Now, Cincinnati's up. I'm scared of Cincinnati. I'm very scared of Cincinnati. They could go a lot of different ways. They need a cornerback help. They need edge help. They need wide receiver, tight end, and guard. If I'm being honest, and maybe you guys will hate this, they can go get Will Johnson or Jahdae Barron, and I'm fine. I'm fine with that. Mike Green and Jihad Campbell are within our grasp, guys. And I got a feeling that whichever one, I feel like Cincinnati's either going to take Jihad Campbell or Mike Green here. I just feel that. If they don't, I'm going to be so sad. Because now you're going to have to make me pick between Jihad Campbell or Mike Green, and that would be unfortunate. That'd be unfortunate for me in James' stock. Yeah, the Cardinals pick is in. Honestly, very good pick for the Cardinals. Very good pick for the Cardinals. If Cincinnati takes a corner, I'm weeping openly. Because I don't know what I'm going to do. Because I love Jihad Campbell. But I also love Mike Green. And I don't know what I would do. Man, oh man. But if Cincinnati does go Jihad Campbell here, firstly, I'll probably burst into flames. But secondly, you know, let's see. Hold on. I'm up the... Hold on one moment. I'm going to change up the board. I'm going to add Trey Amos to the board. Why not? So Cincinnati's taking their time. You got to assume that they're probably debating, do we want to go... There's a lot of different ways Cincinnati can go right now. 365 people in here, guys. Thank you so much. Again, the goal is 300 likes before the Bucs pick. Let's bump it up to 325. Let's bump it up to 300. 300's fair. We're 11 likes away from 300. If you guys are experiencing some lag, please go ahead and refresh the screen. Hopefully that'll fix some of that lag. Green versus Campbell is tough. It is. It's very tough for me. 4.5 up. Cincinnati's pick is in. They need a lot of help. Corner, edge, receiver, tight end, guard. We'll see what Cincinnati does here. I'm a nervous man. Mike Green to the Cardinals, said Jacory. Well, thankfully that didn't happen. Now, what's Cincinnati going to do? It's getting to the point now, guys, where, like, for me, yeah, if Jihad Campbell and Mike Green go at pick 17 and 18, Donovan Ezeraku's probably going to be your pick. Probably. That's my guess. All right. What's Cincinnati doing? What's going on in Cincinnati? 308 likes, by the way. Sorry, guys, for the lag. To see what I can do to fix this. Hopefully it just... Because I'm hardwired in. There isn't really anything I can do, per se. Just try refreshing the screen. See if that helps. The stream, sorry. See if that helps out at all. Because I've got low latency on here. So it shouldn't be going crazy. But it still kind of is. I think we're out of the woods. Or we're definitely not. Okay. Yeah, sorry folks. The stream is lagging out. The lightning loss? Well, that is unfortunate. That's unfortunate. What's Cincinnati doing at pick 17, guys? Come on, ESPN. Help me out here. I'm so scared of this pick. Honestly, like, I'm not really scared of Seattle's pick because I think they're going receiver or offensive line. Or a team could trade up and get like a Mike Green or Jihad Campbell. I'd cry. I feel like one of those two guys is going to be available for the Bucs, though. Either Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. One of them is going to be available. I hope it's Jihad Campbell. I do. I love that guy. Great linebacker. All right. Come on, ESPN. The pick's been in for a while now. Can we please get back to business? Please. All right, here we go. I know we're lagging, guys. It's just there's not much I can do. All right. Cincinnati's pick is in. Let's see. We got Mr. Goodell going up to the board. What are we going with here? Cincinnati. I know, I just refreshed my stream. Hopefully it's getting better. Shamar Stewart goes. Wow. Are you kidding me? Shamar Stewart. So you... No. Oh, Jihad Campbell or Mike Green, they're both going to be there. They're both going to be there. Oh, my God. Oh, Cincinnati. Are we back? Hold on one second, guys. Are we... I just hit refresh on my stream. Are we good to go? No, apparently we're not. Shamar Stewart's off the board. Wow. I'm shocked. I am shocked. That's crazy, man. That is crazy. On the board. Wow. And Seattle's taking their time with their pick. What are they going to do? Man, oh man. Hold on, guys. I'm lagging super bad on my end. This is not a great place to be. I will say that. Okay. Think we're okay now? Do not know. Wow, Shamar Stewart's off the board. I mean, now we've got... And now we've got freaking Seattle up. They could do anything. Now, are they going to trade back? That's a legit question, man. Okay, the stream does seem okay now. Maybe? I don't know. Frustrating. All right. Wow. Seattle's got to be debating a lot right now. I mean, trading back is going to be an option for them. They have so many good options. So many good options. I can't believe the pick is in. I can't believe they took Shamar Stewart over Mike Green or Jihad Campbell. That is shocking to me. That is absolutely shocking to me. The Bucs have a very tough decision to make, in my opinion. A very tough decision to make. Wow. Shocked. Oh, man. Well, Vincent, if you don't want hurt players, you're probably going to love Mike Green if he's the pick. Seattle's pick is in, by the way. Shamar Stewart off the board. That is crazy. I mean, he's a good run defender. He is. I mean, 6'6", 290. But golly. The Bucs have it made with their pick right now. I mean, absolutely made. This board, quite literally, folks, could not have fallen better. Could not have fallen better to Tampa. I mean, that's just incredible. Incredible. And if Seattle, look, to be completely blunt, I hope Seattle takes I don't know. I don't know who I hope they take. The stream ended again. Is it better now? Try refreshing the stream. It says I'm still live, guys. Okay. Seattle Seahawks pick is in. They go with... Let's see. Gray Zable. Ugh. Do you mean to tell me the Bucs actually have Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson, and Jahdae Barron all on the board? These are all picks these are all options they have. Good Lord. Trade back a couple of picks at this rate. I mean, if Pittsburgh wants to trade up for a quarterback, do it. You have, oh my God. I like Zable. That's a good pick for Seattle. It's a very good pick for Seattle. They need to protect Sam Darnold. They do. But the Bucs, they've got to get either Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. They've got to. They've got to. I'd love either one of those guys. I'd love either one. Mike Green or Jihad Campbell, that's got to be the debate right now going on in the Bucs war room. That's got to be the debate going on. I mean, both guys are beasts. Are beasts. To be honest, like if you're looking for it's tough. It's tough, man. It's a good board. That is a good board for the Bucs. I can't believe it's fallen the way it has. Man. 6 minutes left for the Bucs. I mean, could they trade back? Could they possibly trade back? I don't know. Clock still they've got to be debating Mike Green or Jihad Campbell right now. Or maybe even Donovan Ezeraku. They've got to be debating those three guys. I would assume. They need cornerback, edge, linebacker, receiver, tight end. I mean, first, the Falcons went Jalen Walker. Fine pick. The Bengals selecting Shamar Stewart's crazy work. Crazy work. Just an embarrassment of riches here for the Bucs on the board. An embarrassment of riches. Wow. I'm shocked with how this board's fallen. 5 minutes left on the clock here for Tampa Bay. 5 minutes left on the clock. Let's see what they do here. 329 people in here, guys. The Bucs pick is here. Did we hit our like goal? I think our like goal is like 325. We're almost there, guys. Let's get to 325 before the pick's read out. Let's do that. 329 people in here. This is exciting. This is exciting. 4.5 minutes left here on Tampa Bay's pick. What are they going to do? Are they going to make a trade? Are they going to take a player? Again, it's got to be between Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. I like that they're taking their time. Maybe they're working on something. No, the Bucs pick is in. 346 likes right now, guys. The Bucs pick is in. In my opinion, you got to come away with this selection with either Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. I did not expect Mike Green to be there. I did not expect Mike Green to be there. Donovan Ezeraku, I thought he was probably going to be there. To be honest, I didn't expect Will Johnson to be there. I didn't expect Jahdae Barron to be there. So much good talent, man. So much good talent. But for me, my top two guys are still there. Jihad Campbell and Mike Green. Shocked. shocked that they are still there. Tampa's pick is in. All right, guys, let's see. No trade back. No trade back. Picks in. Here we go. Tampa Bay. What are they going to do? Could go with a lot of different guys. Pro Football Focus has Mike Green as the 10th player on the board. Jihad Campbell's 13th. Malachi Starks is 8th. Is there an outside shot they go Malachi Starks? I don't know. Regardless, it's good value. They're getting good value. But me, personally, give me Mike Green or give me Jihad Campbell. If you want an edge rusher, you want Mike Green. I think. I hope. Maybe. Okay. Shedeur Sanders still on the board. He's still available coming up on pick 21 here. There's been some funky picks so far. I mean, again, Mike Green, 6'4", 248 pounds. The dude's an absolute beast. Jihad Campbell, also a beast. All right. Shedeur Sanders, Deion Sanders is there. Got a lot going on there at Castle Sanders. Ooh. Anybody else heart going, man? It's exciting. It is exciting to see what the Bucs are going to do here at pick 19. Here we go. Tampa's pick is in. All right. Tampa Bay's selection is in with the 19th overall pick, folks. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers have decided to go with Amecha Igbuka? What? They went with a wide receiver? And it's an Ohio State player? No shot. Chat. No way. Oh my God. Oh my God. Amecha Igbuka is the receiver taken by the... I'm stunned. I am absolutely stunned right now. Oh my God. Mike Green was on the board. Jihad Campbell was on the board. And the Bucs go wide receiver. I will say this. Amecha Igbuka is a good player. Won a national championship. Over 1,000 receiving yards. 10 receiving touchdowns this past year with Ohio State. A 5.8% drop rate. A 59.1% contested catch rate. Holy crap. Well, I wanted Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. I wanted Jihad Campbell or Mike Green, but we get Amecha Igbuka as the pick. 6'1", 205 pounds. I'm stunned. And I'm going to be 100% real with you. I'm not stunned in a positive way. Oh my God. So stunning. So stunning. We've talked so much about defensive need. Linebacker, cornerback, edge defender. You had so many options. So many options. Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezraku, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron, James Pierce Jr., and Malachi Starks were all on the board. And Amecha Igbuka is the pick. What does this mean for Chris Godwin's recovery time? What does this mean for Jalen McMillan's playing time going forward. Absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning. Amecha Igbuka is off the board. Holy cow. Holy cow. Was 19th on Pro Football Focus's big board, so went exactly where you thought he was going to go. Wow. Absolutely stunned here, guys. So now going forward, look, and we had talked about the possibility of the Bucs going wide receiver in round 1. Matthew Golden had a top 30 visit with the Bucs. But defense was such a pertinent need. Okay? So now I imagine Amecha Igbuka is going to be your wide receiver 3 going forward into this offense. I imagine so. Him, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Ted McMillan. Look, it's got to be the best receiving group in the league. It has to be. But you just have to question the need there, okay? And Todd Bowles did say, hey, we aren't going to pass on a great offensive player. They haven't done that. They haven't done that here as they take Amecha Igbuka. Wow, absolutely stunning, guys. But you know what? Hey, welcome. And it's nothing against Amecha Igbuka. Welcome to Tampa Bay, sir. The first Ohio State player the Bucs have taken in an NFL draft ever in the Jason Light era. Wow, I'm shocked. Absolutely shocked. But welcome Amecha Igbuka. He's going to be wide receiver 3 going forward, if not wide receiver 2, depending on how Chris Godwin recovers from his ankle injury. Stunning, to say the least. But the Bucs continue to add at a very powerful offensive group, and Amecha Igbuka is the next example of that. My goodness. Holy crap, guys. Well, we get to chill now for a little bit, chat. I'm stunned. How do you guys feel? I'm absolutely stunned. Let me make a call real quick to the man, the myth, the legend, my Ohio State expert here. Wow. Stunning. Stunning, man.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
Well, Logan is unavailable. Logan is unavailable. Yeah, stunned is the best way to put it. I mean, my goodness, guys. Let me get a... I'm gonna get a poll going here in just a moment. I'm so shocked that Amecha Igbuka is the selection. Wow. Chat's going crazy. Can't believe they took a receiver. I cannot believe it. I'm completely shocked. Do you like the Amecha Igbuka pick? I'm stunned, man. I'm stunned right now. Absolutely speechless. Okay. My goodness, guys. Yeah, whoever had Amecha Igbuka on your bingo card for the Bucs, congrats to you. If you didn't, well, there you go. Man, oh man. Here we go. Hold on, let's get the expert in. Logan, you are on live stream, sir. Listen. All right.
The curse is broken.
So Logan, for those of you who don't know, Logan's been on stream the past couple of years with me during the NFL draft, and he is my Ohio State expert. And every year we joke, I'm talking to the chat here, is that the Bucs never draft Ohio State players. This is the first player from Ohio State drafted in the Jason Light era. Logan, pretty surprising.
Very surprising. I think most people maybe saw Igbuka as a late first-round pick. I know maybe the Steelers, the Rams, but I didn't see anything having him go to the Bucs. So definitely surprising to me.
I'm just as stunned, sir. I'm just as stunned. So let me ask you. First off, thoughts and opinions on the pick. I have a poll running right now that I'm not looking at currently, but we will take a look at that here in a little bit. But what are your initial thoughts on the pick here?
So, I mean, I know I was seeing some in chat saying, why not Matthew Golden? And, I mean, I think they're very different receivers. And so, clearly, if they are going for this Igbuka pick, they are looking for a different type of receiver. And to me, that kind of indicates that they still think Mike Evans has a few years left in the tank. And I think if you're going the Golden route, that's maybe them seeing him as, the Mike Evans successor, whereas this pick with Igbuka, he's definitely more of a technician. I'm sure a lot of people have seen Jackson Smith and Jigba. He kind of really thrived in the second year in Seattle last year. I think Igbuka is definitely more similar to him. Excellent route runner, very good possession receiver, likes to play in the slot. And so, to me, I feel like they're kind of indicating, wanting to pair him with Evans. And I don't really know what that means for Godwin. I know he's had, 2 major injuries in the last 3 years. So maybe that kind of gives an indication there. But, I mean, I think he's going to come in and produce day one for the Bucs. So maybe for them, where can we plug somebody in right away and they're going to really be, going to excel for us. But I understand a lot of the frustration from the fans that definitely wanted maybe somebody on the defensive side to kind of help plug some of those holes. But, my guess is they see a lot of value on the day 2, day 3 picks, and that's probably where they're going to focus on there. So I would say if you're upset about the pick, wait until tomorrow and see what happens, and then, at least give it a day before forming your opinions.
Here's my thing, Logan. And I just talked about this on the live here. Here's the players that were on the board. Okay, Jihad Campbell at linebacker, Mike Green at edge defender, Donovan Ezeraku at edge defender, Will Johnson at corner, Jahdae Barron at corner. Let's just stop at those 6. Defense was such a big need for the Bucs, I think. Right, edge defender. All of these different guys, and they went with receiver. Now, as I said, Igbuka, as a prospect, is a good player, right? Had 1,000. Did he play for Ohio State in 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so 1,000 receiving yards, 10 touchdowns in 22, 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns in 2024. Won a national championship. 6'1", 205. 59.1 contested catch rate, 5.8% drop rate. He's a good receiver, right? I think the debate comes in though where we talk about need, right? So right now there's 300 people in the poll, 318, sorry. 61% said no, I don't like the pick. And I think it's a matter of defense. Just selecting defensive guys. I wanted Jihad Campbell personally. I had no thought that Amecha Igbuka would be. I imagine you as well thought it wasn't even a thought in your mind like, oh, Amecha Igbuka is going to go to the Bucs.
Yep, no, not at all.
So it's certainly shocking. Fun fact too. I've mentioned it a couple times here in the live stream. Hopefully Chris is watching. Chris and Krista are watching. Now they probably are. Amecha Igbuka is the first Ohio State player taken in the 2025 NFL draft. And they're going for the record, Logan. They're going for the most players drafted in the draft. And the Bucs started it off. Golly. Wow. I can't wait to see the draft grades for this one, Logan. This one's going to be interesting. By the way, Pittsburgh's pick is in. We'll see who they go with here in just a moment. They are going with Derek Harmon. So no Shedeur Sanders. Very interesting. Well, Logan, do you have any final thoughts? So what's interesting to me, by the way, as well, Logan, real quick, and then I'll let you go, is you mentioned Chris Godwin. They just signed him to a long-term deal. They just signed him to a couple-year deal. So, I mean, what does this mean for Evans? I mean, Jalen McMillan. I mean, the man just had over 400 yards and 8 touchdowns last year. So, I feel like, to me, this means more about the future of Mike Evans more than anything, and maybe a little bit of Chris Godwin in there. But this, to me, means more about the future of Mike Evans and how much more he actually is going to continue playing. You think that's fair to say?
So, I mean, I guess that's my, potential confusion with it because, Igbuka definitely doesn't have that same body type. Do you think McMillan maybe has those traits that they see him as the successor to Evans, and then this pick is kind of allowing them to flesh out the other receiver spot alongside Godwin? Because if not, then I mean that to me is pretty perplexing then.
Yeah, I think, to me, they don't have the same body type. McMillan doesn't have the same body type. McMillan and Igbuka both have similar body types, more so to Godwin, I would say. Ted McMillan had a more similar body type to a Mike Evans. So, yeah, again, it's just surprising. I mean, it is certainly surprising, man. Wow.
My only thoughts again is they're just like, who is the most NFL ready right now is going to come start for us week 1. I know a few of those players you mentioned very, very flashy. They did have a lot of highlights like Barron and Mike Green, but they also are some tweeners where, Barron, some see him as a corner, others see him as a safety, and so maybe some of those things allow them to just say, hey, who is the safest pick that we know is going to be the stud for us day 1? And maybe that's kind of what their decision came down to, and they like a lot of the guys they have, day 2 grades on. So, I mean, that's really the only thing that I think is going to make it make sense. So, again, definitely understand people being frustrated, but, hopefully that means that they feel good about what's going to be available for them on day 2 to plug some of those holes on the other side of the ball.
Well, there you go, King. All right, well, I'll let you get going. Congrats. This is the first Ohio State player to have been taken in the Jason Light era. So, golly. Couldn't have been Jack Sawyer in like round 2 or something, but
hey, you know what? Maybe it's the first of many in this draft.
Yeah, they're just going to go all Ohio State. They're like, hey, they won the national championship.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys that would be really solid day 2 or even 4th, 5th round picks where I could definitely see them starting. So, yeah, again, I think that's a lot of people's opinion on the draft overall. Not a ton of, this is going to be an all-pro guy right away, but lots and lots of, 5+ year starters. They're going to be available still in the 2nd, 3rd, 4th round. So, hopefully, that's the Bucs' strategies to build out a lot of depth over the next 2 days. So,
for sure. All right, man. Well, I will let you get back to it, and I will talk to you in a little bit then, okay?
All right. Enjoy the rest of the live stream.
Thank you, sir. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Well, that was Logan for 10 minutes here, talking about the pick. So the chat is kind of cooling down a little bit. Now we're at 59% not liking the pick. Let me see. There are still more corners on the board, though. There are. Neither were Jahdae Barron or Will Johnson. I like it. Maybe not love it, but we are fine. Jason Light put his butt on the line with this pick. That's fair to say. I mean, I wouldn't he didn't put his butt on the line, right? But this is going to be a head scratcher for a lot of people. Why sign Godwin if we were going this route? Indeed, Will Johnson was there. Guess we have to score 60 points a game this season. I mean, look, Todd Bowles said, quote, look, you have to score points. So I do not know. Evans plus Godwin plus Igbuka plus Jalen McMillan. I mean, you've really just completely crapped on Jalen McMillan in his first year, in my opinion. Imagine the grade. It's going to be like a D, I think. Still have a crap ton of picks. Jason Light. Palmer is gone. Okay. Evans the GOAT. Indeed. Hit the like button. Thank you guys for that. Greatly appreciated. It just means another weapon. I'm worried about Godwin more than Evans. Forgot about Jalen already. No, that's what I'm saying. Is like, you're looking at a guy in Jalen McMillan who last year, folks, put up. I mean, take a look at this. I mean, Jalen McMillan had 461 receiving yards last year and 8 receiving touchdowns. That was second on the team in receiving touchdowns last year. So that's a little confusing. If the players are there, Jason should pull the trigger at least once, if not twice. Bucs may not be expecting Godwin early in the season. Gonna cry watching these defensive players now come off the board. Why re-sign Godwin? It does make it a... I wouldn't say it makes the Godwin re-signing confusing, per se. I don't know. It's tough. Us drafting a wide receiver was crazy. We need edge and cornerback. Again, Jihad Campbell and Mike Green were there. They're still there. They're not going to be there by the end of the first round. They're not. Igbuka could be the steal of the draft about week 9 to 10. Surprised but understood. Offensive league. I guess we're still thinking to outscore everyone. He had 7 touchdowns in like 5 games. Dude could be a monster. Now we're going to have guys fighting for possessions. Yeah, I mean, that's it's fair to say. It's fair to say, man. I mean, now, guys, you're going to have to... What are you going to do? Deploy a lot of 4 wide receiver sets? Spoke to Baker. He's pumped. Well, there you go. We aren't picking anymore tonight? No, the Bucs are not picking anymore tonight. We might have a trade lined up. You never know. I doubt it. To trade up, I doubt it. I think they're a lot happier about the defense than we thought. I guess so, Bat. I guess so. But I disagree. Even if you wanted to say, look, we're worried about the Jihad Campbell injury, we're worried about the Will Johnson injury, okay. Mike Green, Donovan Ezaraku, neither of those guys? I mean, stunning. Stunning, to say the least. I mean, wow, chat. How do we feel? Honestly, like, the shock of the most surprising pick of the draft so far. By far the most surprising pick of the draft so far. I also can't believe we passed on defensive help. I cannot believe it. Now look, there's still a very they can still get an edge defender later, they can still get a corner later, but it's just it's stunning, to say the least. I don't agree with the pick. I don't. Now that's not me saying I don't hope Amecha Igbuka has success. I do hope he has success. In fact, I feel very bad for this young man because he just got his NFL dream realized, and he's going into a situation where he's going to learn from Mike Evans and Chris Godwin. But the fit is so concerning. You know? That's what's concerning. I thought Mike Green, thought Jihad Campbell, he was my top guy. Nothing. Mike Green, Donovan Ezaraku, ugh. That's just, it's tough. It's tough to eat that pick. I hope it works out. I really do. I really do hope it works out for everyone involved. I do. Certainly do hope it works out for them. I mean, it is possible. I'm reading some comments here. It's possible Godwin had a setback. Maybe. Just stunning. So he was the number 4 wide receiver, by the way. Sorry, I wanted to see my reaction here for a moment. Yeah, he was the 4th receiver on the board. Omarion Hampton goes, by the way, to the Chargers. Crazy, man. Crazy, guys. 477 votes in here. 58% don't like the pick. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot of talent on the board. I will say that, which is good. Donovan Ezeraku's still on the board. At this point, I'm thinking like round 2. And hopefully they can get one of these guys. But Donovan Ezeraku's still on the board. Jihad Campbell still on the board. Malachi Starks is. Will Johnson is. Jahdae Barron's off, so I need to throw somebody else in there. I'm going to throw in... Who should I throw in? I guess Nick Scorton can go in there. Maybe he can be some guy they get in round 2. This also must show that they love Yaya Diaby and Chris Braswell. I mean, they love those guys. I'm going to be very interested to hear what Jason Light has to say about the pick. I am. I really am. Do I have Nick Scorton on here? I do not. All right. Let's see. Boom. So I got Nick Scorton on here now. Trey Amos is still there. There's still a lot of guys on that board that are to like, but Jahdae Barron went off the board, then Derek Harmon, then Omarion Hampton. So let me go ahead and get these guys on the board. So Derek Harmon goes off the board. Then goes Omarion Hampton. So the Bucs' next pick, by the way, is not until the 50s, guys. It's not until the 50s. Man. Amecha Igbuka. Well, I know one guy who's getting an Amecha Igbuka jersey. It's Logan. Look, even if let's just take like Will Johnson out of the equation, and let's even just take Jihad Campbell out of the equation. Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku. I mean, man, I really wish. Maybe one of those guys will be available. Maybe. I don't know. This could be the pick that gets Jason Light fired. It all depends on how it goes. I mean, again, like, let's look up Chris Godwin's contract. He's on a 3-year, $66 million deal. Chris Godwin is, currently. He's 29 years old. Just turned 29 recently. Mike Evans' contract, he's got one more year left of his deal. He's 31. He will be turning 32 before the season starts. So, like, do you feel like Mike Evans is going to retire very soon? Even then, Amecha Igbuka is not the same type of wide receiver Mike Evans is. I would argue that Amecha Igbuka isn't the same type of wide receiver Chris Godwin is. Those are both more big-bodied, possession type of wide receivers. Amecha Igbuka is more of a shifty slot kind of guy. He played... How many snaps did he play in the slot this past year? 343. And only 70 snaps out wide. So he's a slot wide receiver through and through. Through and through. I guess they view Jalen McMillan as more of an outside, like, number 3 wide receiver, and Amecha Igbuka is going to be your slot. But you had Chris Godwin have so much success in the slot last year. I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, somebody said he's slow. I want to see his 40 time. Did he run a 40? What a meme. I mean, it's not like a... It is what it is. Okay, I'm going on the NFL.com page. Let's see. Let's see what we got here, team. Amecha Igbuka. Come on, boys. Hold on one moment. He ran a... It doesn't say what he ran. But his comparison is Jackson Smith and Jigba. So compared to another Ohio State wide receiver who last year put up 1,130 receiving yards and 6 receiving touchdowns. Do they I don't get it. Do they trade Godwin at some point? I mean, hope we get defensive help in the second. They literally have to. They literally have to. Godwin can't stay healthy. Evans isn't getting any younger. I mean, this must be the Bucs having some type of info of, hey, we don't know how much longer Evans is going to be around. I mean, they said it multiple times. 6'1", 202 pounds. Look, he's a big receiver. He is. I mean, Chris Godwin. Sorry, guys, one moment. He is a bit of a bigger wide receiver. According to this, Chris Godwin is 6'1", 209. So he's a very similar build to Chris Godwin. A very similar build. Let's see. I want to see Amecha Igbuka 40 time. 4.48. Okay. I mean, it's not terrible in my opinion. That's not terrible in my opinion. Chris Godwin, what did he run in his 40? 4.42. So 4.48, 4.42. Jalen McMillan 40 time. Jalen McMillan ran a 4.47. All right. What about Mike Evans? 40 time. 4.53. So to say that Igbuka is slow, I feel like that's not really an accurate thing to say. Man, I just hope the Bucs get some help in this in the second round. I really do. Stunning, guys. Absolutely stunning. I guess I'm going to go... Okay. Bang, start the draft. Matthew Golden's the pick, by the way, for the Packers. So they go wide receiver. They likely would have went with Amecha Igbuka. So the Bucs do not pick again, guys, until... I think pick number 53? Yes, pick number 53 is when the Bucs select next. Wow. Well, I really do believe the Bucs have the surprise of the draft. Tampa St. Pete says, how are we feeling about Palmer so far? It seems like he's just going to continue. He's the 6th wide receiver now? He's the 6th wide receiver. So it just seems like he's not going to be anything for this team. At least in terms of major play. But I wouldn't go as far as to say Amecha Igbuka sucks. Shedeur Sanders is falling. A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Folks, I'll be back in one moment, okay? Give me just a second. Yeah. Yeah. It's been one of the... This is a Pepsi Zero. It's been one of those days. It's been a weird draft for the Bucs. That's for sure. There is still a lot of good talent on the defensive side of the ball. I cannot believe Jihad Campbell or Mike Green was not the selection. I don't think either one is going to be the selection. I do not. And that's a shame. But it is what it is. I think Jihad Campbell's going to go to the Bills or the Lions. Is it audio should be good now? Man. So the chat still doesn't love the pick, but it's a little bit better. I like the young wide receiver room. Thank you for the $2 super chat again, by the way. Look, he has a chance to be great. He really does. He has a chance to be great. Learning from Mike Evans, learning from Chris Godwin, to me... Okay. Let's talk about what Amecha Igbuka going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers means going forward, okay? Because I feel like that's a very important thing to talk about, okay? Amecha Igbuka is a starting caliber wide receiver. Even if you don't agree necessarily with the pick at number 19 in terms of the need for the Bucs, we all know that defense was a big need for Tampa Bay. We do know that Amecha Igbuka is a starting caliber wide receiver. He's going to be playing more in the slot, okay? That's what he did a lot at Ohio State, okay? This means that Godwin will likely go back to being on the outside, or they'll just have a crazy rotation of sometimes Igbuka's on the outside, sometimes he's in the slot, sometimes Godwin's on the outside, sometimes he's in the slot, sometimes McMillan's going to be on the outside, maybe he'll be in the slot as well. They're just going to have this crazy wide receiver rotation, okay? And again, the Bucs have to have the best wide receiver room in the league now. They have to. Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Amecha Igbuka, and Jalen McMillan. That's got to be the best wide receiver room in the NFL, in my opinion, okay? Schematically, scheming-wise, that's what I think it means, is that we're going to be seeing Godwin rotate into the slot, rotate out. We're going to see Amecha Igbuka be in the slot, maybe sometimes rotate outside. That's Jalen McMillan will be rotating in there as well. That's what it means schematically. Now, contractually, roster construction wise, what does this mean? Okay, that's a more important question, in my opinion, because the Bucs taking a wide receiver at pick 19. At pick 19, this is the first time Jason Light has taken a wide receiver in the first round in an NFL draft since Mike Evans. Okay? That's a big deal. That is a big deal. Mike Evans is 31 years old. He'll turn 32 in August before the start of the upcoming season. Does this mean the Bucs have some type of inkling that Mike Evans doesn't, and of course, he's 32 years old, he doesn't have much time left? Does this mean he only has a year, 2 years? Because remember, Amecha Igbuka's contract is going to be 4 years plus a 5th-year option. So this, to me, is one, the Bucs are saying, hey, we have 5 years or less of Mike Evans left. And that makes sense. Because Mike Evans would be 37 by the end of Amecha Igbuka's contract, okay? So that's what that means. Is like, hey, we're preparing for life without Mike Evans, okay? It's a very forward-thinking type of move, okay? Evans isn't going to be around forever. By the time he's out, Amecha Igbuka may be ready to step in as, like, say, maybe a wide receiver 1, maybe at the very low end a wide receiver 2 if Chris Godwin is still around. And that brings up the next question. What does this mean for Chris Godwin? Because remember, Chris Godwin suffered a dislocated ankle in week 7 of the 2024 season against the Baltimore Ravens. It required surgery and he missed the remainder of the season. Does this mean that he is going to be a bit slower coming back from this injury than everybody thought? They did sign him to a 3-year, $66 million deal. So the Bucs are obviously very confident that Godwin will be around for at least the next 2, if not the full 3 years. And by that time the contract's up, he'll be 32 years old. He just turned 29 last month, okay? So in 3 years, Mike Evans is going to be 35 years old. Godwin's going to be 32. So in that regard, if you're really forward thinking here, you're thinking 3 years ahead, Amecha Igbuka does make some sense, because by that time, Mike Evans will probably have hung it up at the age of 35, probably. Chris Godwin may be close to hanging it up, 32 years old, at the very least, wouldn't have much time left. And you would have Amecha Igbuka, and Jalen McMillan would be at the end of his contract, and maybe you bring him back. So, in terms of like thinking 3 years down the line, it does make sense, okay? Because Amecha Igbuka and Jalen McMillan, that can be your wide receiver 1 and 2, 3 years from now, let's say, 3 years from now. The immediate impact is where how much immediate impact can Amecha Igbuka have in the immediate sense, okay? And I think whenever you talk about that, we talk about what I mentioned at the beginning of this ramble here, which is he's going to be playing in the slot. Him and Godwin are going to be possibly taking turns playing in the slots, and moving outside as well. New York Giants just traded up, by the way, to pick number 25. That might be what it means, right? Is that you're going to be getting this just crazy God-tier wide receiver-esque rotation of Igbuka, Godwin, if he does come back fully healthy. Even if Godwin isn't ready for the beginning of the season, let's just assume for the sake of this, he's not. Igbuka might be your slot wide receiver, and then he's rotating in and out with McMillan on the outside, right? So you have Evans, McMillan, Igbuka. That's still a fantastic wide receiver room. So in the immediate aspect, that's what he's going to bring. I suppose you're probably going to have him be a starter right away. He's got to be your third wide receiver. He's got to be. In the immediate sense, I do want to say his impact would not be to the same level as a possible Mike Green, as a possible Jihad Campbell, as a possible Donovan Ezeraku. Probably. I think this also shows that the Bucs had a lot of love and a lot of faith in Yaya Diaby and in Chris Braswell, especially. The Bucs had a lot of love for both of those guys on the defensive side of the ball. Inside linebacker, man, what are the Bucs going to do there? If in the second round, do you look? Because again, you brought in Anthony Walker. You do have Servassier Dennis. They have a lot of love for Servassier Dennis, so they could have added more to that room as well. The Bucs obviously felt like they didn't need as immediate of an impact in those rooms, because there were options on the board. Even cornerback, Will Johnson was on the board, Jahdae Barron was on the board. It seems like that's not as big of a concern. They're hoping that Todd Bowles can take care of the defense. He said as such. The Bucs said time and time and time again they were not going to pass on a impact offensive player if he was there. And Amecha Igbuka was that guy for them. Not even Matthew Golden was above Amecha Igbuka for that pick. So it's surprising, but the Bucs continue to have one of the best wide receiver rooms in the league. It does make you nervous about that defensive help, though, but we still have the entire draft to figure it out. I think to start Igbuka, what this means is that he will be your starting slot wide receiver in a lot of packages and rotations and whatnot. Even with Godwin healthy, you can trade in and out. Like, if you're running 3 wide receivers, Igbuka's your slot, Godwin's out wide. Okay, next play, if you're running another 3 wide receiver set, Godwin's your slot, Igbuka's out wide. and that's good. And then you can throw McMillan in there and some opportunities as well. That's what the immediate sense is. So, and then in the long term, look, you've got to assume that after this Mike Evans, Chris Godwin era, let's say it ends 3 years from now, it just straight up ends 3 years from now, Evans retires at the age of 35. Because you've got to assume this doesn't mean the Bucs are okay with letting Mike Evans leave. He's going to retire a Buck. He has to. So I think that this means going forward 3 years from now, even if Jason Light's not here, he probably will be, is that Amecha Igbuka and Jalen McMillan are your wide receivers 1 and 2. Probably. So, yeah, interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Do you guys agree with that? I mean, do you guys understand where I'm coming from? Let me know. Let me know. Because I'm explaining what the pick means, is my point, okay? It's not like rationalizing. It's just, yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not overthinking it. I'm just, what is the pick? Look, whenever you pick a player, you got to say, what does it mean, right? I'm not rationalizing it per se, or overreacting. But I mean, like, is that crazy to say that, like, this is a... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, dude. Let me know. I'm not justifying it. It's not what I would have done at all. At all not what I would have done. But if you want me to give... I'm not even saying like an explanation, but just explaining the pick. I'm explaining the pick to you guys. You know, that's me explaining the pick. So, they're not trading Godwin. They're not doing that. They're not trading Mike Evans. Those guys are literally, I mean, especially Evans. Evans is a Buck for life. So, it's just yeah, it makes you think, man. Who did, let's see, Donovan Jackson went. Interesting. Donovan Jackson to the Vikings. So still a lot of talent on the board. Giants traded their pick, by the way. Do we know what that trade was, folks? Do we have the compensation on that trade? I don't think we do. 1 second here. So pick 34, pick 99, and a 2026 third. Okay. So pick 34. But, oh, the Falcons are moving back up. Interesting. There goes Jackson Dart. Wow, Dart was the second quarterback off the board. That's crazy work. That is crazy work. Jackson Dart goes off the board before Shador. And the Falcons are now back. They're going to take Mike Green, aren't they? Yeah, they're going to take Mike Green or Jihad Campbell. 100%. 100% going to take Mike Green or Jihad Campbell. Man. So what was the... hold on. Giants trade up. I want to see. So it's 34.99 and a future third. Okay. Boop. And then for pick 25. Boom. And then the Giants take Jackson Dart. Wow. And Atlanta has traded up now. What did Atlanta give up to trade up? Maybe they'll let us know. But they're for sure going Jackson Dart went off the board before. Okay. Atlanta Falcons on the clock. Yeah, they know. They smell blood in the water, so to speak. They smell blood in the water, man. Atlanta's like, wait a minute. We can still get Mike Green or Jihad Campbell? Steven says, I'm probably not going to watch football this season. Oh, man. Well, we'll see what Atlanta does with their pick. I think that Sanders Shador's good. I think he's good. Man, oh man. Your guys, Green and Jihad, are not coming off so quick, so the league knows something. I like them by the numbers, but they are not getting picked. Well, one of them might get picked right here. They might. We'll see what Atlanta does here at pick 26. They must have had to have traded a lot to get back up into the pick. They must have had to have traded a lot. I'm going to see what we can find about the Falcons trade up. So the Falcons apparently... All right. So here's the trade, guys. The Falcons are trading... Hold on one moment. Pick 46. Pick 242. And a first rounder next year for 26 and 101. That's a pretty decent deal for the Falcons, to be honest with you. That's a pretty good deal for the Falcons to get that type of deal. I'm going to be very curious to see who they get right here. Very curious. All right. Stunning. Stunning turn of events. And the Falcons have decided to go with James Pierce Jr. is the selection out of Tennessee. Wow. That's a good pick for Atlanta. I like James Pierce Jr. a lot. I really do. Very surprised. Not very surprised. A little surprised he was the pick. A little surprised he was the pick. So, next year's first and their second this year? Yes. Honestly, if I was Atlanta and you had a guy you really liked, you do the deal. In my opinion. And 2026 first. Yeah, Atlanta, they got Jalen Walker and James Pierce Jr. now. So obviously, Raheem Morris not very happy with what the Bucs, or with not satisfied with the Falcons' defense at all. It's hard to disagree with that, Michael. So the Falcons are doing exactly what we should have done. Atlanta's getting some dogs. Atlanta's getting some dogs. I mean, look, Baltimore, Detroit, Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, and the Eagles are all on the board still. All right. So I got to change up my board a little bit here. So Will Johnson is still on the board. Jihad Campbell, Donovan Ezaraku, Malachi Starks, Will Johnson, Nick Scorton, JPJ is gone. So I'm going to throw in someone else. I suppose I can throw in Benjamin Morrison out of Notre Dame, because I know you guys like him. Trey Amos, Maxwell Hairston, Nick Emanwari, Mike Green, Darius Alexander, Trey Amos are all still on the board as well. So there's still some good defensive talent on the board. There is still a lot of talent on the board. I just really hope there isn't a run of defensive players right here. I really hope so. That's what you hope for, because the Bucs, again, I mean, guys, you're looking at pick 53 in the second round, okay? There's a lot of picks before the Bucs selection. A lot of picks before the Bucs selection. Man, oh man. Crazy, man. All right, there will probably be, now that you said it, right? Well, my bad. Do I have Trey Amos on the board twice? I do. My bad. Let me go fix that real quick. I'm going to replace one of the Trey Amoses with, I guess, Omar Norman Lott. He's a guy that the Bucs have had some interest in. Boop. All right. Did I put normal? Whoops. I put Omar Normal Lot. Let's see. There we go. Omar Norman Lott. So Baltimore's pick is in. We barely made the playoffs. The Falcons swept us. It was our defense that gave away those games, not a lack of extra wide receiver. You could argue, I don't know. You could argue that also, like, whenever Mike Evans and Chris Godwin went down with injury, that it was, like, shitty. Unfortunate. Hold on 1 second. Hello there.
Hello.
What are your thoughts on the pick?
Okay, so here's the stance that I'm taking with it. I'm more surprised at who they picked rather than the position they picked.
Okay.
I am more surprised that it is Amecha Igbuka and not Matthew Golden. If you would have told me the Buccaneers are going to be selecting a wide receiver in round one, I would say, yeah, okay. But it's Matthew Golden, right? And if you would have told me it's not, I would have been pretty surprised. So the fact that they picked Igbuka, who is a Chris Godwin clone, I mean, really good player, right? I'm not doubting that. You know, there's talent there. But it was more surprising to me the player they picked rather than the position. Don't get me wrong. I still expected them to go defense. But I think it just, that one caught me more by surprise than the actual position.
So, by the way, for everybody in the live stream, I'm talking to Evan Wanish of the Cannon Fire podcast. So, just for everybody listening in, why was it not surprising that it was a receiver?
I think you look at this team and you look at what they have, right? And the really good organizations, they don't just draft for now, right? You draft for also 3 to 4 years from now. And I don't know if Mike Evans is going to be playing football 3 to 4 years from now, right? So I think this is a little bit of a future pick, right? But at the same time, he can help you now. Chris Godwin's still coming off a major injury. Mike Evans, 32 years old, is in a contract year. And he stated, like, he doesn't expect to be playing, like, much longer. So I think the Buccaneers need to start planning for life after Mike Evans. This is clearly that. And then also, like, Jalen McMillan, I like Jalen McMillan a lot. But, what if he takes a step back? Trey Palmer had a pretty decent rookie season. And I think McMillan's better than Palmer. But Trey Palmer had a decent rookie season, and he might not even make the roster, coming into his third season. So things can change pretty quickly in the NFL. And I think when you look at it, and the evolution of football, right? I think having another wide receiver there and just a weapon, it made some sense, which is why I didn't completely rule it out for the Buccaneers. But it's still a little surprising nonetheless, especially with all the defensive talent that was there.
Well, so Malachi Starks just went off the board.
Yeah.
Now, there are some, and people said, like, James is rationalizing, and, it's also just explaining the pick. 3 years from now, Mike Evans is going to be 35. Chris Godwin's going to be 32.
With two major injuries under his belt.
So, to me, 3 years from now, you're looking at your wide receiver one probably being Amecha Igbuka, if Evans is retired by then, which he may very well be. He probably will be. And Godwin might still...
Maybe not on the roster.
Maybe. We'll see. So, because I was just thinking about the end of Godwin's contract. So... Igbuka's your one, McMillan's your two, is kind of how I view that. So, from that aspect, I do understand. And I do want to reiterate this, and I know you feel the same way. It's not what I would have done.
Correct. I would have gone with a defensive player. The way the board felt, personally, I would have gone Mike Green.
I would have.
I don't think they would have, but I probably would have. But if they weren't comfortable with Mike Green, I would have had no problem taking Don Mesoraku or Will Johnson from Michigan. I know there's a knee concern there, and that's why he's slipping a little bit. But I wouldn't have had an issue with taking either one of those guys.
Well, I mean, yeah, I was stunned. I was stunned.
It was definitely a bit surprising. It's just, to me, I figured if they were taking a receiver, it was going to be Matthew Golden.
Yeah. I'm still stunned. This is by the way, so you can clarify this. Is this the first time the Bucs have taken a wide receiver in round one since Mike Evans in the Jason Light era?
Yes. This is the first time they've taken a wide receiver in round one. So
that's
11 years.
That's a big deal.
Yeah.
That's a very big deal. So, like you just said, it's been over a decade, Evan. A decade since they've taken a receiver in round one. So they really...
if you think about it, like, they drafted Chris Godwin 8 years ago.
Yeah, they really had to like Amecha Igbuka. They really did. Now, where I'm concerned, and I'm sure where you're concerned as well, is, oh God, well, they better be getting that. They still need pass rush help. That defense still needs help on multiple levels, right? And, like, while you can say Amecha Igbuka is going to start, he will. Like, I think he's going to start over McMillan. It's still, like, to me, and I'm curious if you agree with this, like, does this show, like, hey, they really like... It's not like, yes, you can say, like, hey, they might not have been, like, crazy about Ezeraku and Mike Green and stuff like that, but can it also be, hey, we love Yaya Diaby and we love Chris Braswell?
I mean, you have to remember what they have invested in both those guys, right? I mean, the 2 day 2 picks. Diaby led the team in sacks a year ago, or I guess you could say 2 years ago. It all depends on how you look at it. But he was a third-round pick, in 2023. And they drafted Chris Braswell in 2024 in the second round, even earlier than Diaby. So, it just maybe they're a bit higher on those guys than maybe a lot of Bucs fans are, maybe a lot of the media are. But, hey, internally, they like those guys a lot more, right? However, we still got 6 more rounds of this thing, right? And you want to talk about stunned? I would be stunned if the Buccaneers took an offensive player tomorrow. So expect a heavy defensive workload tomorrow for the Buccaneers.
Oh, could you imagine? They're
just take a running back.
Oh yeah, they're sitting there. They're like, you know what? We love Cam Scattaboo.
Like, I do too, but not for you.
I'd be like, you gotta be kidding me. I'm like, you gotta shut the hell up.
Mike Allstott Jr.?
Yeah, right? Question mark? Hey, If there's one guy we love, Harold Fannin Jr.
Bring need him. If you're gonna take an offensive player, make sure it's Harold Fannin Jr.
Oh yeah. So no, man, just wanted to get your thoughts on the pick. I said immediately I wouldn't have done that. Dude, I thought it was gonna be either Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. I was like, oh, that's it. And they were taking so long. I was like,
I thought they were trade now.
That's what I thought. It was either going to be a trade back. I was like, well, they have so many good guys available. I thought, well, they're either going to trade back or they're going to go and they're deciding on one of these guys right now. Now it seems like they were deciding between whether or not they wanted Igbuka or Matthew Golden.
I do wonder if the Buccaneers I'm not reporting this, but I do wonder if the Buccaneers maybe were in discussions with a couple of teams. But with the Packers taking a wide receiver at 23, I wonder if they were a bit worried, right? I think in a perfect world, they'd probably move down and still get Igbuka. Mm-hmm. But I wonder if they were a tad bit worried that they wouldn't be able to do that had they moved down pretty far. So don't get me wrong, though, okay? Not what I would have done, not what you would have done. But the Buccaneers got a good football player. I do like him. So, yes, it's not the position I would have gone. Buccaneers still got a good player.
It's another receiver you like.
Yeah, well, that's what they do.
It's true. No, that's what I said too. Like I said, this is kind of a shame for Igbuka because like his dream just got realized and like he didn't go to like a perfect fit, and now everybody's gonna be like, what the heck,
It's a perfect. I will say it's not a perfect fit because like of what they have. However, scheme wise, it is a perfect fit. He is going to be able to do a lot of things that like young Chris Godwin did. Like for this team, like he's going to be able to play a lot of that role. Played a lot in the slot at Ohio State. I believe he had 2 1,000-yard seasons at Ohio State. Obviously, he's won a national championship. So, there's a pedigree with this guy, and I do think that he, I think he's a talented player. And when you look at Ohio State wide receivers, it's a pretty decent track record. You got Terry McLaurin, you got Chris Olave, you got a lot of guys. So I think you got Jackson Smith and Jigba as well. So you got a lot of guys who I think are pretty good. And I think the Buccaneers are obviously they want Igbuka to contribute in 2025, but also this is for 2026 and 2027 as well. And I think it's a pick where it might be Bucs fans might be questioning it now, but you might be thanking yourself a little bit 3 years from now and being like, wow, thank God we have that guy. So it's not what I would have done, but I do want to make it clear that I do think the Bucs got a good football player.
Well, we've still got Washington, Buffalo, Kansas City, and Philadelphia. Are you surprised Jackson Dart went before Shedeur?
I am. If you would have told me that the Giants were trading up for a quarterback, I would be like, oh, okay, well, it's Shedeur. If you would have told me it's not Shedeur, I would have been even more surprised. So, yeah, his interviews must have been pretty bad. His formal interviews, I mean, that's what you've heard a lot throughout the process, and it must be true because he's really dropping here. So I have to imagine, Cleveland's the natural spot, right, at this point. And they probably don't even have to move. So I have to imagine Cleveland probably ends up being, unless somebody trades up here in the late, I have to imagine Cleveland's spot.
Well, let me ask you this, because they did bring it up, or I've heard it be brought up. Would Dion let Shedeur play in Cleveland?
I don't think, especially at this rate, are you really going to limit your options that much? Because, who else needs a quarterback, though?
Pittsburgh. Let's take a look. So Cleveland, Tennessee already took a quarterback. So Cleveland has pick 33 and pick 36, right?
Yeah, to me that lines up perfectly.
Yeah, it's true. The Jets at pick 42. I don't think Shedeur gets that far. Let me ask you, because who did Washington pick?
Washington has not selected yet.
Okay. You still got Donovan Ezeraku, Jihad Campbell, Malachi Starks is off the board, Will Johnson, Nick Scorton, Mike Green still on the board. Do you feel like one of those few guys is going to be available at pick 53? Probably not.
Probably not. However, will say there's a couple of names, we talked about him at 19, and Maxwell Harrison.
Second round's fine. Second round's fine.
At 53,
that's fine.
Jihad Campbell and Mike Green and Don Mazzaracu, no, it'd be a pretty big shock. And if they're falling to 53, there's a reason, right? Now, I don't think the Buccaneers will do this. Again, I'm not reporting this, but before I head out, I do want to say, by the way, I will be on the stream tomorrow.
That's right.
So if you guys want to listen to me ramble on then, 6:30 p.m. Eastern time, be there. But I would be a proponent of the Buccaneers moving up.
Yeah.
In the second round to secure one of these guys, whether it be because at this rate, somebody's going to be there, right? In the top half of the second round. So I would be looking to maybe make a move. I don't think they would, but and also you got a guy like Carson Schlesinger from UCLA who's still available. So there's still a lot of talent here.
Demetrius Knight Jr.
Yeah. He's a guy who I didn't really expect to be a first round pick, but he does fit a lot of the boxes that the Bucs have, and it makes a lot of sense. So, I would be a proponent there, and we'll have to wait and see how that goes. But we'll have to wait and see exactly who's available right at the start of tomorrow, right? We still have a couple more picks tonight, so some of these guys are going to be off the board.
Yeah, dude. Crazy first round. My goodness.
Yes,
all right, man. Well, I'll talk to you a little bit later then, okay?
All right, take care.
Bye-bye. All right. Man, oh man. Mike Green goes to the... no, sorry. They were just showing him. So Mike Green is still available. I don't know who the heck Washington's picking. They have a lot of great options. I think this is probably where Mike Green goes. And then if I had to guess, I think Buffalo is going to take Jihad Campbell. If then I had to guess... No, Josh Connerly Jr. goes to Washington. I suck at these. All right, Josh Connerly Jr.'s off the board. Nope, they didn't pick a defender. How about that, guys? So, by the way, Atlanta kind of cooked in round one. They really did. They really did cook in round one. Bucs, man, surprising. Surprising to say the least. Yeah, absolutely stunned, folks, about that pick. Golly. I mean, I've got a video coming out about Amecha Igbuka here in a little bit. I obviously have I'm going to have a video coming out tomorrow morning about Amecha Igbuka. Stunning. So Buffalo's on the board. They're probably, what are they thinking? Jihad Campbell, maybe? I do not know. So, Malachi Starks is off the board, so I've got to take him off. James Pierce Jr. Okay, well, I need to throw somebody else up on that board. Let me take a quick look, because Malachi... Who did Malachi... Yeah, that's such a Ravens pick, bro. Such a Ravens pick. I've already got Maxwell. Do I have Siobhan Revel on there? I do not. I will put Siobhan Revel on there. Let me go ahead and do that real quick. Let's go ahead and do that. Whoopsie. There we go. So Siobhan Revel's on that board. Donovan Ezeraku's still available. Jihad Campbell is still there. Let me just take a quick look. So we've got corner, edge, and linebacker. Guys, there's still some good players available. Certainly still some good players available. I don't necessarily know if they're going to be there for pick 53, though. I don't. And Buffalo's up too, so they may very well go with somebody I really like. Yeah, I don't necessarily know if Dion would let his son go to Cleveland, if I'm being 100% honest. I do not know what Buffalo's doing here. We could see Tampa trade up, maybe. Nope, the pick's in. Well, there you go. I will say, like, if Tampa wanted to trade up from 53, maybe to like 32, and get someone, that could be interesting. Because you would still get that fifth-year option. And Howie Roseman and Jason Light are pretty good friends. So I wonder about that. Ugh. But Baker got another receiver, man. Baker got another receiver. That's going to be... Look, you want to talk about a fun offense? Bucky Irving, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Amecha Igbuka, Baker Mayfield with that offensive line. I hope if Josh Grizzard can call the offense well, that's going to be one of the best offenses, continue to be one of the best offenses in the NFL. Hands down. Hands down. And that's awesome. But that defense, you do think about that. You do think about that. They just haven't, it's just, it's crazy. I don't know. They're planning on trading for a veteran corner. I don't believe, that's an interesting theory, Bodie, but I don't know. I don't know. What's Buffalo doing? Let's see what they're up to. I think they're going to go either Jihad Campbell or Mike Green. The fact that they have their pick of those guys is absolutely wild. Going to have to score 60 points a game. You're going to lose 62 to 70. Maybe so. All right. Let's see. Maybe they took a wide receiver because they think it's a deep defensive draft. We're just going to have to give it time. As I said, I think this is more of a sign of what's going on with Evans and Godwin. And just, 3 years from now, they're probably not going to, at least one of them isn't going to be here, right? So that's kind of what I think you think about. So we'll see. Maxwell Hairston goes to Buffalo. Interesting. So no longer an option for Tampa Bay. Maxwell Hairston off the board. Cornerback from Kentucky. So Kansas City and Philadelphia are still up. Could we see the Bucs trade up? I don't know. Probably not. But I suppose you never know. Maxwell Hairston goes to Buffalo. Which means I've got to take him off the board. So let's take a look at who's somebody I could add. I have Benjamin Morrison on there. I suppose I could put Landon Jackson out of Arkansas on there. Why not? I will do that. So Kansas City trades the pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. Okay. So Philadelphia moves moves up one slot. Apologies. So they're trading up for someone. Interesting. Who's Philadelphia trading up for? I imagine they probably didn't give a lot. Let's see. So, yeah, the Eagles did trade up. The Eagles on the clock, they trade up one spot. Yep, the Eagles are on the clock now. So it's number 32 and 164. Okay. So it's 32 and 164 to... That's an interesting trade there. I wonder who the Eagles are going to take. I'm sure they're going to take one. They're going to take somebody I like. Yeah, the Super Bowl teams traded with each other. That's kind of crazy. Do I have Benjamin? I do have Benjamin Morrison on my things. So I mean, look, Malachi Starks is gone. I've still got 4 guys on my top 10. And my top 4 guys I wanted the Bucs to draft are still there. Jihad Campbell, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, and Will Johnson. They're still there. I guess the Eagles traded up because they're like, no, we want to get our guy. And Kansas City was obviously willing to trade back, I guess. I don't know. How is Jihad still not drafted? The team's supposed to be really worried about that pec injury. Golly. Now, I still think they should take him. But, yeah, man. Shedeur is still on the board. It looks like he's not going to be picked either. Jackson Dart, man. First round quarterback, baby. All right. We'll see what the Eagles do. I mean, who's available that went to Georgia, huh? No one. So I'm sure they're probably trading up for Jihad Campbell. Yeah, I mean, this has got to be humbling for Shedeur and Deion Sanders. It's got to be. It's got to be humbling for him. Now, the Eagles need an edge defender. They could also go with a Mike Green. In fact, that wouldn't be very surprising if they went with a Mike Green. We'll see. But the Eagles pick is in. What are the Eagles going to do, guys? Can't believe Jihad is still there for them? Yeah. That's true. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's crazy, man. It is crazy. Let's see. Sanders needed this. He needs to fall. Eagles got Campbell. Okay, we will see if that is the case. We'll see. We'll see. But I mean, it's been a certainly a draft. So yeah, okay. So Jihad Campbell is the pick. It is the pick. All right. Well, the Chiefs are on the board with the last pick here in round number 1. Do the Bucs trade up? I don't know. We'll see. But Jihad Campbell's gone. Whatever. He goes to the Super Bowl champions, because of course they would get a good player like that. That's ugh. Well, it happens. It happens. All right. I need another player for the Bucs. I'm gonna put Princely Uman Mylene. I don't even know if that's how you say his name. It's probably not. But it looks like Jihad Campbell did go to the Eagles. Whatever. It is what it is. They get good guys. All right. I mean, now Princely could be a very good option for the Bucs in round 2. I think he could be pretty solid. Who has 25 sacks in his season? Jihad Campbell? Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to be able to bring along Jihad Campbell slowly. Do I think we trade White away to move in round 2? Probably not. I would say probably not. Yeah, great pick by the Eagles. Great pick. I mean, the champs continue to do what they do, you know, which is make good plays, make good moves. You got Jihad Campbell, man. It's good stuff. Now, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku, Will Johnson are still there. Look, there's still some good defensive talent. There is. Kansas City is on the board with pick 32. Kansas City wanted to feel like they won the Super Bowl by having pick 32, so it does make them feel better, you know? I mean, man, oh man. You've still got Will Johnson on the board, Mike Green, Donovan Ezeraku. These are all guys that are still available. But good pick by the Eagles, man, getting Jihad Campbell, starting caliber linebacker. I think he is going to be great for them. So not surprised. Not surprised. An article was written an hour ago thinking they traded White. That's interesting. Who wrote the article, though, Brandon? Chiefs pick is in. We'll see who the Chiefs picked here in just a moment. So the Chiefs selection, we don't know who they went with. We do know their pick is in, though. Chiefs are finally on that clock. Hey, man, they got an extra, pick, 164, just to go out and get a guy. Yeah. Or to still probably get a guy that they were going to take. Maybe some information got leaked, and maybe they will, but haven't yet. I don't know. We'll see. I don't think they're going to be trading. Him. I don't. Like, Stroud on Yahoo? Like, Rick Stroud? Yes, I'm doing day 2 as well as day 3. Yep. We still don't know the Chiefs' pick. Don't know what the Chiefs are doing here. Yeah, Eagles do know what they're doing. I agree 100%. Rick Stroud wrote an article on Yahoo thinking they might trade. Oh, thinking they might trade White. Gotcha. Well, maybe. I mean, it's like you said, nothing's confirmed. That's a big maybe, right? So we don't know. We'll see. All right. See what the Chiefs do here, man. I assume they're probably going to get an offensive lineman to help out, like a Josh Simmons or something. Probably. So it looks like okay, yeah. The Chiefs are picking Josh Simmons at pick 32. It seems like. Probably. All right. Well, there you go. I believe it looks like Josh Simmons is going to be going 32. And that will be the end of round number 1. All right. Just check just to confirm. My sports update. Yeah, so the Chiefs are selecting Josh Simmons to close out round 1. Well, there you go. So still a lot of talent on the board, guys. I mean, Mike Green is here, Will Johnson, Luther Burden III, Donovan Ezeraku, Trey Amos, Nick Scorton, Benjamin Morrison. I do think the Bucs will get an impact player at defense in round number 2. I really do believe that. We're just going to have to wait and see. I'm curious to see what in the world the grade was for this Amecha Igbuka pick for the Bucs. Let's see what Matt Miller had to say. The Bucs have a great duo at wide receiver, but Mike Evans and Chris Godwin are nearing the end of their brilliant careers. Adding a proven slot receiver in Igbuka rounds out the trio for 2025 and gives them a future, with Igbuka and McMillan forming the nucleus of the team's passing game for years to come. With Godwin missing 10 games last season and entering his age 29 season, this pick could be about the present and future. Okay. I'm curious, so let's see. Let's look up NFL draft grades. I'm very curious about this. So CBS Sports, I'll fix it next time. Leave me alone, CBS. All right. So let's go ahead and look over some draft grades here. B- from CBS Sports. Way better than I thought it was going to be, with Mike Evans getting up in the years and Chris Godwin coming off of an injury. Igbuka is a solid pick. I love him as a player, and Jason Light does a great job, but why not defense? Maybe the value was too much to pass up. That's interesting. Okay, well, there's one news source that gave it a B-. That's very surprising. What about Fox Sports? I'm curious about that. Let's go down here. B+. Are you kidding me? A silky smooth route runner with enough size and speed to move outside as needed, Igbuka was deadly from the slot position throughout his time at Ohio State, projecting similarly as his former Buckeye teammate Jackson Smith-Njigba. Igbuka might lack the elite measurables of some of the other wideouts in this class, but he's the safest in the class. Sure, the Bucs already boast two of the best in Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, but Igbuka and Jalen McMillan are important elements of the future as well. B+ is wow. What about Bleacher Report? My good friends over at Bleacher Report. Let's let's scroll down here and see what they had for the Igbuka pick, because right now we've got a B- and a B+. That's much better than what I thought it was going to be for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers selection. What in the world, man? An A grade. Tampa Bay Buccaneers quarterback Baker Mayfield went from undesirable to undeniable after bouncing from the Cleveland Browns to the Carolina Panthers to the Los Angeles Rams and finally in Tampa. Okay, Igbuka is the best route runner in this year's class. He's going to get open and provide Mayfield with a security blanket while everyone around him continues to make the Bucs offense explosive. When it comes to the draft, you're not going to find a more reliable receiver than me, Igbuka said in an interview with NFL Network's Stacey Dales. Some wide receivers' reputation is built on size and physicality, others are speed merchants, but the best tend to be the most reliable. The receiver who's going to be in the right spot and in rhythm with his quarterback can be counted on at all times. Igbuka is the most pro-ready receiver in this year's class because he fits that last category. That should be music to Mayfield. An A, a B+, and a B-. Did we do USA Today? I don't think we did USA Today. Okay, let's just keep on going, because right now we're rolling with these grades. Golly. B, another B. With Mike Evans entering his age 32 season in the final year of his contract, the Buccaneers are at least giving themselves options for the long term. No one will confuse the 6'1", 202-pound Igbuka with the supersized six-time Pro Bowler, but the Buckeyes' all-time leader in receptions can make life easier for Mayfield in a different manner with his easy separation and ability to settle into soft spots against zone coverage. It's a bit surprising for him to be taken ahead of the more explosive Matthew Golden, but Igbuka has his own distinct way to win against a variety of defenders. So a B-, a B, a B+, and an A. I mean, my goodness, folks, we're getting everything. 33rd team, you have anything for us? Because right now we are we're rocking and rolling with some of these grades. We've not gotten any. We've gotten everything, man, from a B- to an A. Just incredible grades. A lot. The media loves it. The media loves it. All right, here we go. 33rd team, A, another A for the Igbuka pick. Okay, so the 33rd team, which actually I believe they helped the Jets pick their general manager, gives it an A. Okay, Sports Illustrated. What are they giving it? Let's go all the way down here to pick 19. B-. Okay, now I believe, did we read this one? No, we did not. So a B- coming in. The Ringer, we can do this one. End off with maybe this one and maybe one more. All right, let's go all the way down to pick 19. B. Another pretty solid grade overall. That one's from the Ringer. And I think that's pretty much it. I see if NFL.com has anything. Probably not. Let's see. Pick 19. Pick analysis. You got anything for us? No, you don't have anything for us. So really, folks, couple of B's, couple of B+, an A, and a couple of A's in there. The worst grade, you had 2 B-, I think 2 B's, a B+, and 2 A's. Interesting. So the media loves this pick. They're at minimum, they're like, yeah, solid pick. At the best, they're like, this is a great pick. He's the best guy in the draft, the best receiver in the draft. What about the New York Times? Let's see what the New York Times is cooking. C-. There it is. There's so much to like about this selection, but the glaring needs on the defense. Okay, so the New York Times far and away. I mean, but they even said, hey, we like the pick. There's so much to like about this pick, but defense is a concern. What about this website? B-. Okay, so overall, generally, the draft grades have been good. The draft grades have been good for the selection of Amecha Igbuka here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Again, averaging out to a B plus is what it seems like. Pretty surprising. Pretty surprising in my opinion. But a lot of people think that Amecha Igbuka is the best wide receiver in this draft, which is very interesting considering Ted McMillan was in this draft as well. It certainly makes you think. So, but very surprising to say the least. Wow, man. Just a lot of interesting grades. I mean, yes, Igbuka is good for sure, but some A's in there, just wow. Wow. All right, guys. Well, I will see you tomorrow for day 2. Gonna be a fun time, and thank you guys for hanging out with me. We were live for a long time today. Long time. So thank you guys so much for that. It is greatly appreciated. Do I have any more? Glass Legs Godwin. JK, thanks for the coverage. Go Bucs. You're welcome, Tampa St. Pete. You are welcome. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Guys, I will see you tomorrow for the day 2 pick. Let's take some time to kind of digest this pick, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow. So, guys, thanks so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed. As always, guys, I'll see you all in the next video or the next live stream. But until then, and as always, guys, goodbye for now. See you soon.